dear deputies and academic staff and our colleagues and our competitors. As the space explorations, we have invited 1 year procedure, and our esteemed guests will give you our colleagues and our competitors, which is as the first in our country. We have invited 1 year procedure. Welcome to our esteemed guests on getting our foundation of the 2028 Lunar Rover mission, which will be directly contribute to our country's national space program. We established the Space Exploration Society in Turkey, are commonly known as Turkish name UKET, Uzay Keşif Topluluğu. A year ago as Turkish youth, most of whom are high energy, young, qualified, and volunteer for the future of country and humanity. By taking the initiative to directly contribute to and expand our country's space studies and to be the planner and executive of these studies. We will make our country proud with the work we do and with always there is another thing I will always proudly say the rulers and elders of our country. You set good goals for us young people on behalf of our country. Then sit in a chair and sip your tea and watch how good things Turkish youth have accomplished. We would like to take this opportunity to thank all my friends and UKET ERC members who contributed to this competition and our elders who encouraged and supported us. Congratulations to our country and our technical university on the day of the 250th anniversary for first international Anatolian Rover Challenge. I wish success all for participants. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech, Mr. Soyer. Up next, I would like to invite the co-heads of ARC committee, Alper Müdürü and head judge of the event, Işık Yazıcı, to give us an introduction.
Hello, Mr. Minister, dear Anatolian Rover, dear President of the dear Congressman, dear scientists, and dear scientists, and all space enthusiasts, competitors and precious ERC volunteers. We are so excited for this organization. In the middle of 2019, we came together as a group of people to organize this competition. In Turkey, this competition will be the first in Turkey and will be the best. And we started to form a team for groups and bases of this competition. We made a realistic scenario for tests and teams. Every test has their destiny, every move may become a real Sunday in space, in the moon and Mars, maybe. So, my friends will be tell you these scenarios and the backstory of our tests. Thank you.
I'm Babu, I'm the co-head of ARC this year. We have come up with the competition 2 years ago. The idea was it was at the height of the pandemic actually. We were expecting teams not to come. Therefore, we planned this in such a way that maybe teams can send astronauts, like they sent in the space station already in the end of space team. So we thought maybe we can have 2 people, 2 astronauts from teams, and they can travel here, do the competition within a hub, then use their rovers, so they will be people who would be qualified at their jobs, and they will be selected in there. So it was organized in such a pure basis. But the thing is that the pandemic, we didn't know what to expect. So we planned it, and then we came to our ITU. We thank Mr. Director here, since we talked with them. They accepted to do the competition here, but we were concerned about the coronavirus pandemic, so we canceled that year. The next year is this year. So we have shaped it to make it bigger in their competition, so we bigger in size. Then we try to make it accommodate more people, since the pandemic is now more in a resolved state for this kind of organizations. So we have come up with new ideas and new scenarios. Let me tell you this. First, we have, obviously, most of the rover competitions are on Mars. Because on Mars, we also know there are rovers in there. They're driving day and night to provide us with valuable information. So we want to be in a part of it. So being in a rover team qualifies you to be in a Mars rover. So we shaped the whole competition around Mars first. Then we added Moon. Because, most of the agencies in the recent years, they have shifted their goal from Mars. Actually, the Mars is still there, but they focus more on the Moon in the recent terms. So we have seen the Artemis missions from now. Then there's a rover that's sent into a specific location on Mars. Teams are selecting their landing sites. Then they do the landing, they collect their precious scientific information, then they turn off to the base, and then get into the area, give their access their soil samples and everything to the team. The team members here are the astronauts and Mars missions. So with that similarity in mind, astronauts will use their samples and they will analyze it. But the question is, when they analyze it, they have their own laboratory equipment inside, so they have many tests, many members working in a fast fashion. So we have to be in a hurry. Why? We thought we need a reason to do this in a hurry. Why are we doing all the lab work and everything in 1 hour? So we added a time to competition to have the reduced time, competition time limit. We added that there is a big solar storm which happens time to time. And it makes it harder to go into Earth since the communication system is closed. Therefore, they have to start. So collect the sample, go back to the base, and prepare the rocket, then fly. So that whole mission in 1 hour time frame. This is our Mars mission, and it's going to do Mars side. When it comes to Moon side, things are different. Moon, we will be going to Moon probably more frequent than we go to Mars. So for the Moon mission, a rocket is going near a scientific station on Moon. And when it's landing, there is a crash, so it makes a hard landing. So after the hard landing, there are some equipment on the side. So they have to be collected, and some astronauts are wounded. So you need to help them. But again, we need a reason for the rocket to be autonomous. Since there are people in there, they can go from, they can use the tech. But we need a way to block it. So again, we use the idea of having the communication slots again for the rocket. So what we can do is we cannot see how things are going up there, but we can control the we can search for the wounded astronaut and come back, which is an important mission since search and rescue is all about finding humans alive in the field. So this is contributing to other things as well. So we shape the mission around this and the subject. So you are going autonomously to find the wounded astronauts and you are trying to help them. So this is our autonomous mission, and it will be on the Moon side. And we have one more mission for the Moon side, and that mission is around shaped around helping the astronauts as well as bringing equipment and carrying it on in different places. So this is not autonomous. This is used with a stick. Since after astronauts are mounted, they are helping them with rover with their cameras on. So we have 3 missions. The second 2, the moon missions, are half hour. So seems to be on the competition field for up 2 hours. So within that 2 hours, they need to perform their best. And most of the teams are here like 12 people, 15 to up to 15 people, and maybe 6, 7 of them will be on the base station and they will control the rover. So it's a very challenging task since the rovers are built with a lot of technology and they are building it in a year time frame. So most of the people here, most of the rover teams are made up of students that are undergraduate students, and they are trying to the things they learn in the class, they're trying to make them practical by building the machine. So to build that machine, you need first a scientific goal. So that scientific goal is coming from molecular biologists, geologists, and many more. So there's a scientist part in the teams. So they're thinking that we can go to that location and then get that sample with that equipment, and we can do analyze with several instruments, then we can get available data. When they set the goal, then the process starts. How we will fit those scientific instruments, how we will make it, fit it into a rover, and how we will retrieve our data. So then they can come up with an idea of the whole rover. They're building the whole machine around it, right? And then they need the mechanical stuff to connect the scientific instruments, and they need to connect the electronic stuff. So you have electronic engineers, control engineers, and mechanical engineers, space engineers, aerospace, and many more fields. So as an astronautical engineer, I've been involved for 3 years in this rover competitions, and I have learned a lot, I have to say, from all different fields. When we were building the rover, it was somewhat work, and then we have to bring it to another country in one piece, somehow get it run on the other country. And it's also an organizational challenge, which is similar to what we are doing in the rocket and flying to Mars. So you have an organizational part inside as well. So rocket teams are similar to small engineering firms. So I thank all of you that come here, all the 11 rocket teams, come up here to Istanbul. Among 30 applications, only 14 finalists are selected. Among those 14 finalists, 11 made it here. So I thank you all for those efforts that you take all the year and come up here always with me. Thank you very much.
Hello, thank you very much for being here with us. I'm Bashir, and I'm head judge and the coordinator of Judges and Rules Committee of Anatolian Rover Challenge. And I'm a planetary scientist and geologist, and my job is started being a rover team. And we were participating into rover challenges, so I know how important being a rover team member when you're a student and your journey may continue. Not just me, but most of our organization on the rover challenge had such experiences. And when we try to arrange our rules and prepare our challenge, we try to think about what difficulties new teams may face, and as well as now I'm involved in real-life missions. And so we were also trying to make it as consistent as possible to real space missions. And for that, also our traffic space agency and workers in our space missions check our rules, give us advices. So we try to be friendly for rover teams as much as possible to make your life not more difficult than it should be, and also as possible as like a real mission. And I hope you will enjoy your challenge here. Yeah, welcome again.
Thank you, Mr. Kaya, Mr. Gülürü, and Ms. Yıldırım for your speech. And I also want to thank all of the ARC committee and our volunteers and our supporters for their hard work and dedication. Our next speaker, I would like to invite the President of Turkish Space Agency, Mr. Serdar Şenol.
Sayın Rektörüm, Sayın Vekili, değerli katılımcılar, hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum. I will make my speech partly in English and partly in Turkish. I welcome you all to this important challenge, Anatolian Rover challenge. As we all know, we are now in a new space age. We are trying to understand what's going on in space very fast and very important achievements are being done in space. And as Turkish Space Agency, we are trying to keep pace. We are trying really hard to keep pace with space activities in all over the world. Turkish Space Agency is only 3 years old, but in this short time, we managed to unveil a comprehensive national space program. Last year, in February, our President, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, unveiled this program, which is an goal to be achieved. And one of them is the moon mission. The final phase of this moon mission will be approximately in 2029. With a soft landing on the surface of the moon, bring a rover, scientific rover, on the surface of the moon. So this challenge is the first in Turkey and very important for us. It is really in line with our national space program. So Turkish Space Agency strongly support such endeavors, such activities. And I really congratulate all the members of the team of UKET to be able to do this first time in Turkey, and I hope we will be. Now, shortly I will switch to Turkish. Değerli arkadaşlar, söylediğim gibi uzay çalışmaları dünyada çok önemli bir yer. Uzay ajansımızda bu Milli Uzay Programımız kapsamındaki çalışmaları, bunlarla uyum içindeki çalışmaları desteklemeye devam edecek gücü nispetinde. Bu yapılan rover meydan okumasının, yarışmasının tabii ki destekçisiyiz. Ben bir kere daha bu çalışmayı çok zor şartlar altında olduğunu biliyorum. Çünkü böyle bir şeyi ilk defa yapmanın ne kadar çileli olduğunu bilen birisiyim. O yüzden bu ekibi, yani UKET ekibini, mensuplarını tekrar tebrik ediyorum. Onlara destek olan başta İstanbul Technical University olmak üzere bütün sponsorların, destekçilerine teşekkür ediyoruz. Çünkü bunlar desteklendiği müddetçe olabilecek şeyler. Ve bütün katılımcılara da tekrar başarılar diliyoruz. Hepinizi saygıyla selamlıyorum.
Thank you for your inspiring speech and your support. And next, I would like to invite the Rector of the İstanbul Technical University, Professor Dr. İsmail Koyuncu.
Dear Minister, and also to the Space Agency, dear members of Parliament, dear participants and students, dear distinguished academics, and representatives of the business world. Welcome to the Anatolian Rover Challenge, where the corpus for vehicle that represent the lunar surface in 2028 as a part of our national space program. As İstanbul Technical University, we are very happy to host this important competition. I hope that our students will make invaluable contributions to our country's nation space goals with the projects they design and produce through competition. The idea of holding this competition in our country was realized with the suggestions and directives of our Minister Mustafa Barak and Deputy Minister Mr. Fatih Kaci. I would like to thank them. The competition is organized by the Space Exploration Society founded by a group of highly Turkish young people who represented our country in international space competitions during their student years and obtained various degrees. I thank them for this timely and inspiring competition. Dear participants, the competition in which the cornerstone of the rover vehicle to be sent to the lunar surface in 2008 as a part of our space program are laid, created excitement all over the world. 14 teams from different countries participated in the competition. Teams competing only in the artificial Mars field in the competitions around the world will have the opportunity to experience the rover vehicles with the artificial moon field. It was established for the first time in the world. Therefore, leading countries working in the field of space development gave importance to these competitions. Dear guests and participants, as you know, very important studies are carried out in the framework of the national technology in many sectors where technology is used intensively, especially in our advanced industry sector. As a research university, some technical universities play important roles in some of these projects and took part in some of them as executive. I think it's necessary to emphasize the following issue. Each project carried out as part of the national technology move should progress by being from different fields and sectors and should result in the coordinated work of many scientific disciplines. To strengthen the domestic and national technology of our country, it's necessary to plan, monitor, and support such high achievement studies with a policy approach. So, by ensuring the quantity of such petitions, awareness of our nation space laws will increase, and over time, our students will become more interested in these areas from an early age. As the demand of these fields increases, providing professional resources and driving our local sector will become much more efficient. We would like to thank the Turkish Space Agency and TÜBİTAK Space Technology Research Institute for providing important support to our Europe and the national space knowledge with this important competition. I hope that our projects on domestic and national technologies will be carried to building a safe future for our country and our Europe. I pray you all with respect.
Thank you for your speech and support. Now we will be having a 10 minutes coffee break. Enjoy and see you in time. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. There will be another speech after that. Right? Sorry. I'd like to invite the
Sorry for the mistake. Dear Minister, you can speak for the Anatolian Rover. Mehmet Fatih Kacı, Deputy Minister of
Sorry, we have to press for more than 10 minutes. Actually, I couldn't inform the organization team before last night. I think it was 1 a.m. and our meetings was finalized in Ankara. I could come to Istanbul and attend this excellent event. Today. Excellent members of Parliament, members of Parliament, the elected President of Turkish Space Agency, esteemed participants, ladies and gentlemen. I'm very pleased to be with you in this short event organized by Space Exploration Society and hosted by one of the best universities of our country, İstanbul Technical University. This contest, which relates to my hopes of the pilot rover, the space shuttle to be sent to the moon within the scope of Turkey's Asian space program in 2028, raised evidence from all over the world, and we will find this space together. And today's seminar on space exploration studies, which is the first step of this journey, will welcome many important speakers representing many organizations and institutions conducting international space research. During the next 4 days, our contestants will meet the opportunity to experience the rovers in artificial moon and Mars space, which are built for the very first time in the history of the world. I will suggest to all of our contestants from the UK, Poland, India, Bangladesh, Czechia, and Turkey. I believe that today's event is very meaningful and precious. I am indebted to İstanbul Technical University for being together, as well as to Turkey's Space Agency and to Space Technology Research Institute, which are the main shareholders of this organization. Esteemed guests, significant budget is reserved for space research in the world today. It's expected that the global space economy shall reach more than $800 billion by 2030. Access to space is no longer a luxury. Space is no longer in the monopoly of only a few number of countries. Only global powers launched space rockets in the beginning of 2000s, and it was costing around $500 million, whereas now the cost of space launch has dropped to almost $60 million. On the other hand, it's now possible to take images of the deep universe, dating back to billions of years, thanks to the James Webb Telescope station at an orbit of 1.5 million kilometers above the Earth. This project, which was started in 1996 and planned to be finished by 2007 with a budget of approximately $500 million, could only be finalized at the end of last year with a budget of $10 billion. I think this project shows very clearly that patience is a crucial factor to reach success in scientific research. Dear guests, Turkey has executed special emphasis on space activities since the early 90s. During the first phase of our adventure in space, the emphasis was on the employment of communication satellites. Consequently, we developed a strong visa. Turkey currently operates 5 communications and 3 Earth observation satellites. On the other hand, we employed extensive effort to foster an indigenous satellite industry for more than 2 decades. This effort resulted in an experienced workforce to design, build, and test multiple observation and communication satellites. We own and operate some low-Earth facilities like UKET, which is a state-of-the-art facility that can be used to integrate and test satellites up to 5 tons. Another facility worth mentioning is OPMAN, which is an optical manufacturing center which is satellite technologies in system, subsystem, and equipment levels. Various Turkish government organizations place trust in the competence of the design for developing their satellite systems. Our first optical remote sensing satellite, VISA, in 2003, was developed by UKET Design in close collaboration with SSTL of 1980. This was followed by the indigenous optical remote sensing satellites, RASAT, in 2011 and Göktürk 2 in 2012. RASAT and Göktürk 2 are still active in orbit and operated by UKET Design and Turkish Air Force respectively. Currently, UKET Design is in charge of the development of IMECE. IMECE is the high-resolution electro-optical satellite, and TürkSat 6K communication satellite, both of which we will send to space next year. Furthermore, UKET Design develops various satellite equipment like reaction beam, star tracker, flight computer, GNSS receiver, power conditioning and distribution equipment, S and X band communication equipment, electro-optical payloads, and Hall effect thruster. These capabilities of UKET Design, especially IMECE satellite platform, electro-optical payload, are drawing attention of international customers. Turkey has a long history of international cooperation in space technologies, starting from the early 2000s. We take part in many international organizations such as Asia Pacific Space Organization, Space Cooperation Organization, ASCOP, Inter-Islamic Network of Space, Science and Technology, ISNET, to name a few. We conduct joint research projects with many European institutions under the EU framework programs. Esteemed participants, those projects have produced tremendous experience in the public and private sectors, but we still felt the need to establish an organization that would be solely responsible for further advancing our space-related skills. As the President mentioned, Turkish Space Agency has been established on December 13, 2018, as a part of the national technology move with the decree of our President. The agency, which is an affiliated body of our ministry, is coordinating Turkey's space initiatives and representing Turkey in international arena. With the establishment of the Turkish Space Agency, we have embarked on the work to launch Turkey's Asian space program, which constitutes the most important agenda. Through the seminars and workshops we have organized, like the National Space Program Workshop in 2019, we sought the opinion of relevant public administrations, private sector representatives, and academics concerning space. As you would acknowledge, space programs have been embraced and announced at the highest level in many countries. In 1961, in when USA had prepared its own national space program, the said program had been announced by the then President of the USA, Kennedy. The space program continued to receive keen interest from the President of the country throughout the history. As the Minister of Industry and Technology, we did prepare and submit the national space program to our President, which resulted in his full embracement of the program. And on February 9, 2021, our President announced Turkey's space program to the world. And he informed the world about Turkey's space policies, our vision, strategies, targets, and projects in this field. The National Space Program is a milestone in the empowering of Turkish space ecosystem. In line with the ambitious but also realistic targets we will set forth in the next period, we shall be continuing with our technology move. The moon mission is the most important of our endeavors.
Within the scope of the Moon Research Program, we laid a two-stage target for 2023 and 2028. By using our first nationally produced technologies, we will have established the first contact with the Moon. We will make a tough landing on the Moon during the first stage of our mission. I should say hard landing. We will initially engage in international cooperation with the launching of those, however, we should also start working on our first own and authentic mission. By 2028, we will have made a soft landing in the Moon. Landing the space shuttle on the surface of the Moon will pave the way for many scientific breakthroughs. The launching of a Moon program, through which the basic technology and the business of space fleet missions will be created, is a unique event of our country. Our ministry also works for the development of the relevant human resources in the field of space. Between 2002 and 2022, 277 TÜBİTAK projects and 55 individuals were funded with a total of almost 4 billion Turkish lira. Our policy aims to turn our country into a center of excellence. In order to reverse the brain drain and attract various scholars from all over the world, we have devised the International Fellowship for Outstanding Researchers together with TÜBİTAK. We have taken all the measures to attract the keen interest of our children in terms of space awareness. Technofest, the Aerospace and Technology Festival, which was organized in Istanbul Airport for the very first time in 2018, became the world's largest aerospace event in the history. We have taken our first step to the globe with Technofest Azerbaijan, which was organized in May 2022. This year's Technofest shall be organized on August 30 to September 4 in Samsun, the starting point of our National Independence Month. As for tomorrow, we will be in Giresun for Technofest contests. Dear participants, the space competition continues fiercely in new areas such as the Moon and Mars missions, mining and production activities, launching systems, the military and civilian practices for space technologies. The technology has matured so much that space tourism is one of our options now. In the space race, which involves a fierce competition, there is no one single barrier to us becoming a significant actor in this game. We have started producing UAVs and armed UAVs at the right time. We have taken relevant steps for the national electrical power, and we are proceeding to take our well-deserved place within the space solution. As the ministry, we are supporting R&D and high-tech entrepreneurship in space and aviation sectors and lessen our dependency on foreign resources. We shall continue to realize all the targets set forth by the National Space Program through our capabilities available in the country, together with our affiliated and relevant institutions, and we shall contribute to the development of our country through high-added value production. As I conclude my remarks, thank you for inviting me to this event, to this important and very successful event. And I also thank the organization committee for organizing today's activities with due diligence. Wish you all the best and success and a nice coffee break.
Hello. Anything to say about the following incident before we start speech to the Deputy Minister of Industry and Technology, Anatolian Rover. We will be having a break for 15 minutes. Now you can enjoy your coffee, and we will meet at 11.
Ya soğumuş, kötü duruyor. Bunu alacağız şimdi.
Siz şey yapabiliyor musunuz mu? Mikrofonun sesini alabiliyor musunuz?
Normalde alıyoruz.
Yayına.
Alabiliyoruz.
Tam öyle yapıyoruz.
Mikrofon değil mi? Bunun sesini alabiliyoruz. Bunun mikrofonu. Ses sıkıntısı emin ol, bundan değil. Ortamdan yansıyor.
Gayet gibi. Güzel güzel.
Sordum şeyden. Şuraya o yaptı.
Tamam tamam. Hadi görüşürüz.
Hi, we are Project Scorpio.
Hello everyone, I'm Sai Karthik Brahma, the team lead of Anvesha.
Hi, we are Project Kratos from BITS Pilani Goa Campus, India.
We are Team MST Mongol Bharta from Bangladesh.
Hi, we are İstanbul Rover team and welcome to İstanbul Technical University, Istanbul.
Hello, we are Team Rover Ova from VSB Technical University of Ostrava, and this is our rover, K3P4.
Hi, I am Beyza from Gebze Technical University Rover team.
To moderate the technical session, space and home exploration in Turkey, with Robert and Rafael Rafael.
And I'm starting. Hi to everyone. Actually, I'm with this organization really important. I just wanted to start because now we're discussing the future of Turkey and future of space under the roof of our one of the most important universities, İstanbul Technical University. And also this is the first time that we are discussing rovers under the Anatolian Rover challenge. And the most important, the most crucial point is to discussing future of space in the Turkish youth on the international basis. For that reason, I would like to thank the all organizations partners, and I would like to start with that analysis firstly. Today, as I mentioned, we are here for discussing the issue. And today I have two valuable panelists regarding our space missions. One of them is everyone from Turkish Space Agency, an expert in space systems and spacecraft department. And the other one is from Yavuz from Space Technologies, Research Institute, project manager of the nuclear mission. This panel, in this panel, we will have 40 minutes in total, and the last 10 minutes, the stage will be yours, and we will have your questions, and before that, I will be asking some questions to our guests. And each and every question for each and every question you will have 3 minutes. I think it's really hard to do answering just 3 minutes all regarding your own work, but we have a little less of time, so we will have to 3 minutes for each and every question. And if you're ready, we're starting students on time. It's better to start as soon as possible. First of all, I would like to start with the Space Agency, and we know that there is a significant curiosity raising not only Turkey but also in abroad regarding Turkish national space program, and we see that people are just focusing on recent developments in defense sector in Turkey, and they are telling us that you did that and you will do what you're planning in your national space program. I see that they have a really strong line in Turkish national space program. We are attending some international organizations, international congress, and we see that there is a huge curiosity about what Turkey exactly doing in that field. And under this scope, I would like to ask you what is the significance of national space program of Turkey and the human resource program within it? What is the relation between establishment of Turkish Space Agency and national space program and human resource program? Just a small starting with this question.
Thank you for this event, and I'd like to thank all the organizers for this event. I think it will be beneficial for students, for graduates, and for researchers to have such competitions and have much more improved interest in the space sector and space research in Turkey, with such events. Our national space program has been prepared after the establishment of Turkish Space Agency. After 2 years of work, it has been announced by our president, Recep Tayyip Erdoğan, in 2021, and in 2022, it has been officially published in official newspaper, and when we look at the countries with advanced space capabilities, we see that first they have space agencies, second they have space programs that in a way summarize what they will do in the upcoming 5 years or upcoming 10 years, and they focus on their space program, allocate human resources, allocate monetary resources, and then persist on their space program. So it's how advanced countries with advanced space capabilities, United States, Russia, China, this is how they succeeded in their space programs. So we want to actually do the same thing in our ways. So we want to set ambitious goals. We want to set goals that will challenge our human resource, but that can be achieved. And then by achieving these goals, we will not only develop technology or but we also develop human resources. So we will have much better, much more knowledgeable engineers, scientists, researchers, lawyers, and every kind of technicians, every kind of human resource will be improved by the national space program and projects underneath space program. So space agency would like to have the space ecosystem flourish, and for this nation space program is a big opportunity, I think.
Thank you very much. Your emphasis on human resources, I think, is so crucial because in order to make this program sustainable, we need first human, we need first youth. So your emphasis on the human resources is also important. Thank you for your contribution. And I want to move to design. And I think design is a kind of others for Turkey's space experience. And in this manner, this design is not institutions through that path. And I want to ask you, what is the aim of the mission? And what is the role of Space Technologies Research Institute in the mission? So the stage is yours.
Thank you very much for your question. I also would like to thank the organizers for this Anatolian Rover challenge and inviting us to talk about our mission program. Actually, the TÜBİTAK Space Technologies Research Institute, the TÜBİTAK Uzay, is the Turkish lead. I think our objective is to make an excellent summary of our history of our space technologies development, and also our institute expertise and people activities. Since the beginning of 2000s, as a space technologies research institute, we are developing space and also the subsystems and software and hardware, software. And we have been continuously increasing experience and development, starting from the operating satellites down to the development of satellites and spacecraft and subsystems and now equipment. So we cover almost all life cycle of the space mission, starting from the design, development, integration, test, operations, and each and every process as well, and distribution of data. So we have a tremendous experience and in terms of space technologies and also development of indigenous systems in Turkey. Therefore, we would like to utilize this experience on this lunar mission. And in the lunar mission, this is the very first lunar mission of our country, Turkey, and here we aim for exploration of the moon first, which means that okay, we we haven't been there as a country, and there is a tremendous history of missions around the world. In a way that we usually say in Twitter, these are small steps for the world, but big steps for us as a country. And so that's what we will try to do. First, we will develop a spacecraft. We will go to the moon. We will explore with plenty of payloads, like for example, cameras and scientific payloads. We will get the data from the surface and the environment of the moon. And we will gain experience, operational experience for the next soft landing mission. So maybe we are, there are really much unknowns in this mission, and we will learn a lot. It's an advantage and it's a disadvantage. This disadvantage is very difficult now because there are many unknowns and uncertainties. So it's a complex mission in that sense. But there is no failure in this mission because we will learn. So that's the advantage really. So we can.
Thank you for your contribution again, and actually you have that space for us. And we know that by heart. Actually, in a very short period of time, we are really capable of having these steps. And actually, the Turkish Space Agency is really good at for that. Actually, the Turkish Space Agency is one of the youngest space agencies in the world, but it's unfortunately a huge experience. And now we are seeing the results of this experience. And I want to ask Turkish Space Agency again, what is the significance of space studies and in particular deep space exploration activities? Because we know that countries might have some huge investments regarding space. So what's the reason for that? And do these activities lead to economic and technological benefits? So I would like to ask you that.
The short answer is yes. Space studies, space activities lead to both technological and economical benefits. Let me summarize some of the benefits. In terms of technology, the developed technologies not only benefits space sector, but developed technologies also benefits aeronautics, energy sector, defense. When we look at the space sector, advanced propulsion systems are being developed. Advanced thermal protection systems are being developed. And many other navigation sensors and other equipment, subsystems and sensors are being developed that are also finding use in other sectors. So it's a spillover effect. So some of the technologies that are developed in space sector are also being used in other sectors. For example, NASA has a special web page, spin-off page, that shows the technologies that NASA developed, how the technologies that NASA developed spills over to other sectors. So it's very interesting to check and read that web page. So we can have such also gains from our space programs, technology spillovers and spin-offs. And in terms of economy, when we look at space economy now, by the end of 2021, the space economy reached $370 billion. That's a very huge number, and it will reach over $600 billion by 2030. And the growth rate of the space sector is approximately twice the growth rate of growth economy. So it's growing, and it's growing with a very rapid pace. Turkey, with its young population, well-educated population, and growth vision can and should benefit from space economy, should take its part from the space economy, should do more exports, should engage with international actors more to gain more benefits, economic and also technologically. So that's actually our aim for the nation space program and also as Turkish Space Agency.
Thank you again for your really point, sir. And we see that actually this space works actually kind of leading space sector is a kind of leading sector for our technology areas. We like to understand that points from your answer, and actually that makes much more important for the working files regarding space. And thank you again for that. And moving from that point, I want to ask the Uzay, could you please tell us about scientific and technological methods specifically for the lunar mission? What will our lunar mission bring to our country?
Thank you for this very important question. First of all, there are science aspects and also technology aspects of our mission. If we start from the science part, although there are many missions going to the moon, or there are many missions over the moon and on the surface, they collected tremendous amount of data. But still, we need to explore the moon and its environment. As it has been discussed, that the moon is becoming attractive target for the exploration of the solar system, and it's just our neighbor, and we can go there quickly and make more understanding of our solar system. For instance, we have been in contact with institutions around the Earth, around the world. They will provide some scientific papers to us to study and discover, for example, plasma interactions and also magnetosphere development in the solar system. Without the bodies, there is no atmosphere. So it's very important because in the Earth we have atmosphere as a protective instrument, but on the moon, on the Mercury, and on the moons of the Mars, for example, there are no atmosphere. And we need to know about the let's say, solar system and the medium space environment interaction with these atmospheres bodies. So we don't have such equipment regarding answering these questions. We have maybe one solution for the thermal environment development. As a rover developers, we know that the thermal environment is very important because on the summer it's very hot, on the let's say night time it's very cold, and you need to make your rover survive. So we need to know about the thermal environment. And for the next mission, we are going to land. Therefore, we need to know where to land. And we need to select a very advanced target to land. So it's possible to land, and also it's important. So we need to identify target places which has a scientific and technological need. Therefore, we will explore such locations with our cameras and other instruments that are nice targets to land for the next mission. And these are the scientific targets. In the technology part, there are many aspects. Maybe we'll explain more questions about the mission program, but mainly for the technology development, this will be our so-called personal space mission. And we need to establish highly long-range communication, range orbit information, navigation, and also mission planning, dynamics modeling, of dynamics, which means that for method dynamics and we need to control our output as well, for precise propulsion system files, and also orbit acquisition and maintenance around lunar orbit. And at the end of the mission, we need to, for the vicinity of the lunar orbit, we need to navigate precisely. So these are challenging aspects for any lunar mission, and we need to make sure that we can cope with all these challenges.
After hearing such calculations in your work, I am actually, as a lawyer, working in this field. I regret of my not being engineer inputs. So you're so lucky that you're working in this field as a candidate of engineers. And I really want to thank many times for this. So you were on the right track. And by moving from again, what kind of resources does the group has? And for that, for what purposes could these resources be utilized?
Yes, thank you. This is also another important aspect for the moon exploration. Between 2000 and 2010, important satellites have been launched by the United States and India. These satellites, mostly remote sensing, but also impact missions, revealed that moon bears important water content, especially on its south pole, and also several software missions and missions that bring material back to Earth by China and by also United States. Reveals that moon also carries within its crust important metallic elements. So elements that can be used for mechanical propulsion, elements that can be used for building, elements that can be used for even machine construction. Iron, aluminium, and all other kinds of actual metals can be found on the moon. So, in the upcoming 10 to 12 years, major space powers, United States, Russia, China, aims to build space stations around the moon and also lunar bases on the moon. So their plan is to utilize that resources through either manned missions or unmanned missions, and make the human results on the moon permanent one. So they don't want to just go for tourism, they want to extract the resources, utilize it, and even return some of the resources back to Earth. So our vision should not be just going there and keeping it there. So we shouldn't stay behind the space race and also the second moon race that is going on now. So in the 1960s, we know that the first moon race was done by the United States and then Soviets, and those countries are now leading more or less space race. But the second moon race actually has started. So, and in this space race, more countries will be engaging. Turkey should be one of them in our belief. Thank you.
Thank you again for your points. So, to be permanent on the moon is a key concept for us. And regarding this, actually, there is a legal concept saying that Vilnius common heritage of living kinds. So, emphasis on this is a race, and Turkey will have a strong place in this race. So, and regarding the concept of common heritage of living kinds, also is really important to be permanent. And we see the emphasis on, for instance, outer space treaty and other some international activities. The emphasis on the common heritage of humankind, and as a part of this humankind, Turkey has to have a strong position on also. So this emphasis is also really important. And when we are talking about lunar mission, so let's deep into our lunar mission. What are the phases of our lunar mission indeed? And also, can you please describe the technical details of our lunar mission? As I'm going maybe it will be hard for me to understand technical details, but my friends will understand it really well. Thank you.
Aspects are very important for us.
That's what I want to hear.
In terms of our lunar mission, this is also an asked question because we can explore more about our technical details. First of all, there is of course a launch phase that we will launch our spacecraft after we assemble, integrate, and test it and send it to large sites. There is a launch phase of the spacecraft, and it is one of the first survival phase of the spacecraft, so it needs to survive the launch environment. And then we will follow a super-synchronous transfer orbit. So we will take a conventional approach. There is also a low energy transfer orbit with boundary technologies, but in this first lunar mission, we will follow a standard approach. So we will start from a super-synchronous transfer orbit, Earth-centered high altitude elliptical orbit. And we will follow a sequential basis of transfer files. So we will raise our transfer orbit and we make our spacecraft gain energy. And then we will follow three files. The first file will be performed by the hybrid propulsion system, which is developed by a Turkish company. And the second and third one, we will have another propulsion system. And we will make the file propulsion system to base the orbit. And then the final one will be the escape maneuver to escape from the Earth's gravity. So this phase will take around a few weeks, maybe 3 to 4 weeks. And within this phase, we will establish communication and we will commission all the systems on our spacecraft to make sure that everything works and we are in control of our spacecraft. And then after the last escape maneuver, we will follow to the transfer orbit. And we will follow maybe 3 to 5 days of long journey to the moon. And after we reach the city of the moon, we will enter into the sphere of influence of the moon. And then we will, when we get the closest point to the moon, which is the upper rim, and sorry, the in the period, we will make a brake maneuver to get in the orbit around the moon. And again, we will follow with 1 or 2 weeks to commission our spacecraft after getting the orbit. And then we will acquire the mission orbit, which is a polar circular orbital orbit at 100 kilometers of altitude. And then we will collect image data, as I explained in the previous question, and also try our systems and commission our systems in the orbit in the first place. And then after collecting data and extract data and download and do our missions, finish our missions. And we will follow the orbit maneuver, we will perform the orbit maneuver, and we will go into a, let's say, hard landing trajectory. So in this phase, we would like to try a kind of writing deceleration. So we will try to break the control. We will select a target and we would like to inject into that target so that we know that we can control our space properly and we have a power guidance navigation control systems. And this will be an operational experience for the next software language. And in the crash points, we also would like to enjoy it through viewing it from the Gauss telescopes, but we will try.
Also, and moving from that point, you talk about the hard landing, and actually this is a preparation for a soft landing. And moving from that one, hard landing was, because we were getting here before talking about rovers. And by the year 2028, we are planning to have a rover on service. So a lunar rover is planning to have service as part of the second phase of our lunar mission. And one of the contributions of Anatolian Rover in this project is we all talk about human resources and every person. So I would like to make your opinion and perspective.
As we are here for the Anatolian Rover Challenge, we need to tell how important this is. So very good question. Thank you very much. So first of all, let me try to explain the areas. Many systems and decisions, any system which doesn't have this system. We always have stakeholders like users, operators, developers, and also we have environment. So we can also consider environment as one of the stakeholders actually. Because although it doesn't make a decision, it always is an impact one as an external body. So by having such challenges or competitions, first of all, we need to know how can I say this? We have a, let's say, hands-on experience of experiencing all such things. We think about users, we think about operations, we think about how to develop the systems, and we also get to know about the environment which we don't have any control of. And in addition to that, of course, we have human resource development in terms of that, but here the main, I think, question is human resource development. The important part is that you will know what is really important and what is really not. Because we can make calculations, we can make any estimations, we can make guesses, but on the field, we face the reality. So this is the most important thing as an experience development and also human resource development. And you also, I think, share being responsibilities with your teams, like management aspects, technical aspects, funding aspects. So these are all real life problems that we face while we are developing spacecraft or realizing missions. So as I said, the important thing is that you get to know what is really important and what is really not important. And for the next mission, with these challenges and competitions, we will know about, we will prepare our rovers and landers. We will know about the real challenges of designing landers. We will know the real challenges of designing rovers, making them survive in the environment with no any control. So this is very important in the rest.
Thank you very much. And to sum up, to finalize our I would like to ask you that first of all, actually we are a part of the international community, and also we have created this development and international participants also. And I would like to ask you that could you please describe the current discussions going on in international organizations regarding moon exploration and deep space exploration? You're part of this international community, and we need to define what they are thinking first and figure out Turkey's position after that.
Thank you for the question. Under United Nations, there is a special committee for space discussions. Committee on the peaceful use of outer space that is mainly responsible for management of space-related issues. Turkey is an old member of that committee, and Turkish Space Agency and other related ministries and organizations are also participating in the activities of that committee. When we look at the international framework, there are 5 basic agreements governing space activities, and one of them is Outer Space Agreement, Outer Space Treaty, another Registration Convention, another one Astronaut Rescue Agreement, another one maybe most important one for our discussion today is Moon Agreement. When we look at Moon Agreement, Turkey has been party to the Moon Agreement after 2009, and by becoming part of all the United Nations basic treaties on space, basically we said to the world, okay, we are open to international cooperation in space. We are open to developments in space, but we want basically peaceful cooperation. We don't want conflicts in space or wars in space or on Moon. So that's how we approach the issue and became a part of the Moon Agreement. The downside of that situation is that none of the large capable countries so far became part of the Moon Agreement. So they don't want to resign from the possibility that they will appropriate some resources or they will establish some base on the surface of the Moon on their own national interest. So they don't want to resign from that possibility or resign from that right. So they want to keep that right, but that could bring some additional conflicts to the utilization of space, to the even utilization of resources or other things on Earth. So that could bring some issues on Earth. The way we use space could affect the way we develop cooperation with each other. So the thing is that we need to maintain space as a peaceful environment, and we need to read not only the words but also the soul of that agreement. So we need to keep space environment peaceful, open to all nations, irrespective of their development, and also we need to respect the rights of all nations on the celestial bodies, so be it Moon or Mars, other celestial bodies, and others propose of outer space. There is renewed interest on space resource issues, and in particular, lunar research activities. Recently, there has been a new working group established under COPOS on the space resources working group on a space group on the space resources and their utilization. The countries are trying to find all those possible ways to utilize space resources and do it in a fair way, do it in a legal way to all nations. So that's my comments on this.
Thank you very much. Actually, the peaceful usage of this space is maybe most critical concept while it comes to space exploration, because you see that in outer space treaty or in the moon agreements, there is a strong emphasis on peaceful usage of the space. So your emphasis on the peaceful usage of space is maybe the most critical point of the panel. So yes, we try to do our best regarding space exploration, and we are doing that with cooperation with the international community and also for the peaceful usage of the space. Then stage is yours. Now we're ready for questions to our honorable panelists. So now stage is yours. You're ready. If you have questions. Yes, please.
For the lunar landers, what kind of new systems that we are preparing? Because getting to the moon requires like soft landing, especially that's challenges with the systems.
Thank you very much for your question. I think this is good for you to elaborate more. For landers, actually, they are different from the space satellites that we are up now. We were developing satellites that they will provide communication services. They were just satellites. But now, when we talk about landers, the requirements and the requirements are different, and therefore the systems that we can design are different. I think I listed one point from the last question: users, and users have different requirements. So we should identify use cases, and in this, for example, the judge is the user, the performance that they can make the judge and make use of the systems. So the user or use case is different in terms of language. So we have different requirements and we have develop different systems. So what are they? First of all, for language, we need to have a very nice, let's say, arrangement of the systems such that we have the structure of work as possible to be, let's say, so that we will have a kind of more stability in terms of language. So we need to have propulsion systems that can be separated properly, which means that because we will consume lots of power, for example, we need to think about thermal issues in our spacecraft. And with this, we need to align our propulsion systems, tanks, and other thrusters and the propellant systems differently than the satellites that we use to develop. So we need to know the operations and performance units landing stage in terms of control of the spacecraft and landing. So this is the control part. But at the same time, we need to navigate and we need to communicate properly with our system. There's a distance between the moon and Earth. We cannot do it on the ground because there's a 1 or 2 seconds of time there. And we need to make everything autonomous because we will not have the response time to, safely get the data, telemetry, and information and respond to the concern of command. So we need to make everything autonomous. To do that, we need to have reliable navigation systems as well while we are sending. So in terms of that, there are things that we need to use in our spacecraft, such as maybe like LiDAR or let's say range measurement systems. But currently, we also need to think about the vision-based navigation systems. For example, in our first spacecraft, we will have one vision-based navigation system that will take images from the surface and it will calculate location and the altitude of the spacecraft. So these are necessary things that we need to have in terms of landing. And also, while we are landing, we need to think about we have to have, let's say, landing systems so that it will absorb the touchdown, and also it will also, for example, a rover. So we need to think about housing systems and also the deployment systems of the rover to the surface safely. So these are the new challenges, and also for the language, compared to the satellite, and also of course joining issues, because Blueberry is around 14 days, and also which means that Google Map is also 14 days. So we need to think about the protection of those, we need to think about machine operation times, survival, and so there are many things what we try to
that was a beautiful explanation. Thank you very much. And we have one question. Shortly, because already we have I would like to specifically thank you. It's hard to believe that another engineer with questions that you have been asking is incredible. So I have two questions for Dr. Burak. First of all, since we are also students here, what are the opportunities for students in Uzay Research Institute? First question. And the second question is the base of this panel that I understand is the main difficulties to get space program and space already faced is to guess or predict the difficulties during this mission. I think if you are trying to find a solution for these difficulties, then came with the ideas, especially geology, earth sciences. You know, picking landing site is one of your primary goals. True, or the right landing site will be the primary target because of the landing success. So if you don't know geology and earth sciences, I'm sorry to say that you won't be successful. So if that's the case, where is the geology or earth sciences in the institute? Is there a base or is there, you know, where the earth science ends in the institute? Taking this opportunity and for all of you guys, especially for Anatolian Rover, a committee member, everybody that is involved in this first, and hopefully will be successful here. Thank you. And I'm really honored to be part of this contest. And will be first, and hopefully not the last. Okay, thank you again. Thank you for your question.
Thank you very much for this question. So there are two questions. First is the online opportunities for students. Actually, in our project, let's say project execution procedures, we have an opportunity for students as scholarships, and we just announced actually, I think, in 1 month ago, and we collected applications for students for this time. For example, we received over 1,000 applications for scholarships. Now we need to process them and select students for scholarships. With this, we aim or we would like to study on the next mission, which means landing, which means also we would like to make them think about future challenges, as you said. Because if there are unknowns, we need to use our imagination and we don't know questions. We should ask and think about what can go and kinds of measures we can take. So for the students, we can let's say, engage our research programs in terms of such studies. But in addition to that, so geologic part is important, as you said, in terms of selecting target conditions, which I think will work more, because if I'm selecting a target condition, it is not only important to select the survival phase, but also, let's say, important in terms of resources and other sites to study. Currently, our project is started 6 months, 7 months ago. And now we are in the phase of finishing conceptual design, or we finished our conceptual design of our spacecraft, and now we are in the training design phase. To do that, we also have a new scientific department now. And we asked them what kind of sites we can impact our spacecraft, not so that. So, but with that, we try to identify some sites, but these are not finalized. And after this point, we also selected our payloads. So we know that what kind of data how we can elaborate, how we can make use of this data. And we would like to ask this question to our scientists, geologists, and get aware of geology science group, especially for science many professors now. But we wanted to make sure that all the equipment and payloads are settled down. So we will ask what can we do with this payload in terms of exploration. So I think in the next phase of our project, we will have some meetings to elaborate such points and select maybe more specific and most very targeted to that.
Thank you.
I don't want to explain it.
Thank you again. Actually, we are running out of time. And I would like to thank you panelists by heart for this fresh discussion, and also the participants for their really well-qualified questions. And I don't think that there is another questions left. And now we are closing the panel. And thank you for all your contribution. And I think we will meet in other international organizations while talking about the future of Turkey and future of space and world as a whole. And I would like to thank to all organizers for this really well-classified organization. And thank you again for being there.
Thank you all for this crucial session, and we're really glad that you came. And I also want to thank you for all your previous questions. The event will continue with Mr. Robert's speech by March after the lunch break, so see you in 12:30.
Hello everyone, I'm Sai Kartik Brahma, the team lead of Anvisha.
Hi, we are project creators from BITS Pilani Goa Campus, India.
We are Team MST Mongol Bharta from Bangladesh.
Hi, we are İstanbul Rover team and welcome to İstanbul Technical University, Istanbul.
Hello, we are Team Rover Ova from VSB Technical University of Ostrava, and this is our rover, K3P4.
Hi, I am Beyza from İstanbul Technical University Rover team.
Hello everyone, I'm Sai Kartik Brahma, the team lead of Anveshan.
Hi, we are project creators from BITS Milani Goa Campus, India.
We are team MST Mongol Bharta from Bangladesh.
Hi, we are İstanbul Rover team and welcome to İstanbul Technical University, Istanbul.
Hello, we are Team Rover Ova from VSB Technical University of Ostrava, and this is our rover, K3P4.
Hi, I am Beyza from İstanbul Technical University Rover team.
Hello everyone, I'm Sai Hello everyone, I'm Sai Karthik Brahma, the team lead of Anvishal.
Hi, we are project creators from BITS Pilani Goa Campus, India.
We are Team MST Mongol Bharta from Bangladesh.
Hi, we are Yıldız Rover team and welcome to İstanbul Technical University, Istanbul.
Hello, we are Team Rover Ova from VSB Technical University of Ostrava, and this is our rover, K3P4.
Hi, I am Beyza from Gebze Technical University Rover team.
Sahneye geçebilir misin? Kürsüye. Evet.
Güzel.
Bilgisayarını üretebilir misin? Ne kadar soru sana? Önce mail söyle. Bana bir yapabilir. Kız diğer şey ne? Kamera öyle yapacağım. Ama bir tane gitmek fazla. Oraya bir şey geldi. En azından şu an elimizdekiler düzgün insan. Aynı böcek edebilecek mi? Ya ben bu telefonu anlamıyorum diye aynı harfi. Ya bilmiyorum. Hoca kendisi başlayıp oradan başlayıp ne yapacağımı unuttum ya. Hocam ben ne demiştim? Telefonunu açamadığım için çok üzgünüm. Gerizekalı gibiyim.
Herkesin öyle.
Yazsın peki yansıtın. Başka yansıtacağımız şey var. Ne süreç
Ya ben
Adam tutmaya gerek yok. Adam tutmaya gerek yok. Dün Ece'yle konuştuk. Yazın böyle çok komik söylemek benim zaten çok güzel. Ya çok güzel. Böyle bir şey yaparken de
Ya ben her zaman çekeceğim de işte.
bunu da ben bir hepsini böyle
Çek ama konuşma zamanı. Ortak geçince şeyler de olabilir. Ondan sonra yakınlaştırma, sonra odaklamazsa odaklayacağın yere dokun. Ondan sonra
Çekecek bir şeyler var mı?
Gizem'e söyleyeyim. Tamam Gizem'e. Gizem'e söyleyeyim şimdi. Gizem YouTube'da bütün Arap konuşmalar çıkıyormuş. Hani normal konuşuyorsunuz ya. Arap konuşmalar izlenecek ki evet. Şu anda kapalıymış. Vallahi bilmiyorum ne diyor. Gizem'e verin. Gizem telefonu alır mısın? Hayır. İşler söyle. Bir dakika. Allah'ım bakalım.
I have 3 pages which it is short. I wrote and repeated to have with each. So, dear distinguished guests, I would like to express that we are happy to be a supporter of the Anatolian travel competition organized by the Space Explorer Society. For such organizations to develop and sustain the community awareness should be open and ready for the development in this direction, as well as the support of the institution. This is the point where the importance of the work carried out by Space Camp Turkey to create a knowledgeable society that loves and shows interest in space as well as supports studies in this matter. The idea of Space Camp came from rocket and space technology pioneer, and the first camp was in 1982. The idea of opening a space camp in Turkey was given to late Kaya Tuncer by Turkish engineer İsmail Akbay, who was also one of Dr. Barry von Braun's colleagues at NASA and took part in the construction of the Saturn V rocket. Our camp was put into the service of Turkish Workforce on June 12, 2000 by Kaya Tuncer, who is also the founder of Egypt Free Zone Development. In the 2000, the idea of a camp, especially a space camp, was a very big development for our country. In the hundreds of schools, we went to give seminars and talk about our camp. We were faced with the question of, is it a camp or mobile camp? We were trying to get families not only interested in space and space technology, but also getting used to the idea of sending their kids to a camp. Our 22 years of experience has been crowned with many percent success. We hosted more than 260,000 students from 60 different countries, including India. In our daily and academic programs, thanks to thousands of video conferences with educational content from our own training center, the promotional activities we made, the programs we run, the European Union projects for the education of science teachers we took part in, dozens of astronauts, cosmonauts, and since we have hosted, the live radio connections we have conducted the International Space Station, the first of which was in 2003. Hundreds of educational video conferences we organized with NASA. We reached hundreds of thousands of students to explain space and space technologies to ensure that space is a part of their lives and to develop their vision. The competition that we are a part of today is the result of our country's focus on space. We are happy to be a part of the Anatolian Rover competition. We welcome all our guests and wish all participants success. Thank you.
Thank you for your speech and support. We'll continue our seminar with Mr. Hidit Miramitoglu, General Manager of Government Space and Aviation Training Center. I invite you to listen.
Can I see my presentation? Possible? Okay.
Şey var mı? Var mı? Sizden o da biliyor bu arada. Sizi takip edebilir ama ben vardır diye düşünmüştüm. Vermeyecek misiniz?
Siz dediğimde artık değiştireceğiz. Öyle bekliyorum.
Bu Türkçe bilmiyor bu arada. Ali Bey arkadaşımız.
Okay. So I will continue to say next slide. Okay. Hello everyone. Thank you for your patience to be here with us in this time. I know it's summer. You are in the beautiful city of Istanbul, but you are here to listen to us. Thank you so much to be with us right now. I'm representing Full Health Document Space and Aviation Training Center. It's a brand new center in Bursa, south of Istanbul. So this center is a training center. There are plenty of flight centers all around Turkey, built by Twitter. But our center is specified on aviation and space. So there are two objects, and we are just mainly teaching aviation and space. So some of the key points, this is training center. Sometimes we have some problems, like there is a still discussed in France. When we say biggest, they are a bit disturbed. They say we are the biggest, so then we are saying we are the largest. Okay, you are biggest, we are largest. So whatever, it's a big center from that point. So next slide, please. So we can just play that video slowly. So it's an interactive space center. So this is our building, as you can see, it's a 13,000 meters square foot area. And inside of it, there are a couple of different things. Inside of the exhibition area is approximately 6,000 meters square. And all system designed according to different levels, starting from 7 years old. As well as we have some special training facilities for 3 to 6 years. As you can see, we have a full-size A320 airplane inside, so you will be able to get on board of like all of us who find this opportunity, but there are still so many Turkish youth or adults who have no opportunity to get on board the airplane. So we teach that here. I will go step by step from here. Next slide, please. So we have before interactive equipment. What is the interactive equipment? So when you get inside the museum, you are just going step by step. You see, you read, sometimes you listen, and that's it. But in our facility, do not touch is forbidden. So you have to touch, you need to go touch, do something. And sometimes it's mechanical, sometimes it's digital. Action and reaction. You are learning by your own. So that means that if you spend only 2 minutes in each, you will spend a couple of hours for sure in our center. Generally, there are families spending more than 5 hours in our center. So that's the museum. So we are doing that under the state funding also. Under the Turkish Space National Policy, there is a target number 9. It's space evidence and human capital development. It's impossible to do that in your age. I know that you were all so space enthusiastic when you were young. So we are trying to keep from 7 years old. So this guy should say, okay, I will be an astronaut or pilot when I'm 27. So all of our actions goes for 20 years later. Next slide, please. So this is a small boarding pass to get inside our facility. It's a ticket. As you can see, it's a boarding pass, but to where? Because the destination is for the moon. I know that you are working on moon rovers here. Another thing that I want to explain to you is the Gökmen word. Because astronauts, American terminology is astronaut, but for Russians it's cosmonaut, for Chinese it's taikonaut. So what is the Turkish term for that? In 2005, actually, we come up with this name, Gökmen, and afterwards we use it as that. So actually it's an astronaut space and aviation training center. Next slide. So from now on, you can just click time to time. I will continue. I don't want to take most of your time. So this aviation part, we have an aviation academy. You can play the video. Yes. So we have some Cessna 172 simulators. We will start from birds to jet planes. And during this time, we give them an opportunity to experience how to fly on a real simulator. You can just play videos to go faster. This is an air traffic control. It's not only things on plane, but there are tons of things on the ground. So we are taking every single of this. This is also we have an opportunity to have an airport very nearby, a civilian airport. So children are able to see the real airplanes and experience the real flight afterwards. Yes. Some views. We can continue. Next slide. And then the first floor is totally devoted to aviation. I said the second floor is space technologies. So starting from the International Space Station, you will be able to learn anything about space. Again, it's the interactive vehicles. You see, they are using a robotical arm here, or they can use their own microscopes. Next slide. Like they can also experience some remote sensing, what those satellites are used for, geosatellites or LEO satellites, or GPS satellites, why we are using them, why we need them. We are trying to explain here. As you can see, our facility is mostly for kids, so we are hosting approximately 1,000 kids a day. And it's the pandemic situation. This year capacity will be increased, but it's still nothing because it's an 80 million population country, and whatever we do, we need more kind of facilities to create the real space areas. Okay, and also astronomy is a big part of our exhibition. We are teaching starting from the sun, the whole solar system, and so we are teaching many of the Mars issues. We can continue. Yes, as you can see, we have also a small rover. So it's a very tiny one. It's a copy of Curiosity, and we are using that to teach kids all robotic Mars missions. Continue, please. Yeah, so horizontal flights and vertical flights are the different programs that we are dealing with. Inside of it, starting from the aviation's first steps like the balloons to the jet planes, and afterwards the Mars and observation tools we continue. It's not only a science center, it's also a training center. We call that's why we have many workshops happening in our facility and in our different ateliers. We are giving them many opportunities to experience better. it was in my hand, I will just click it. Sorry. So it's a nice celebrity we have. Also, space areas, many of those. So, objects, locators, and subscribing chairs are also very nice simulators that we have. You can experience to your room or how astronauts did. So we have aviation camps or space camps. There are many different programs, not only for kids and also for adults and for families. We started over it last year, so it's a very, very new place, new facility, and we are continuing the actions for more. This year, the Bursa is culturally applicable to certain groups. That's why we will have also lots of international students on that side. Okay, continue. This is very important features that I want to put in here. Those are our overviews. So, university students like you, not only also from around the world, we have some volunteers, and we are trying to use this volunteer power to enrich the space awareness around the world. So all of those guys are ambassadors around the world, and we are just using their knowledge and motivation to spread to the younger generations. Yes, please. I'm just promoting my city of Bursa. By the way, we are also we gave an award, so some of you will be able to come to Bursa in the next days and see the city and see our center as well. Not far away from Istanbul, only 2 hours. Drive from this side of the city, by the way. From the other side, it's really just 1 hour drive. That's the first capital of the Ottoman Empire. So that's why it's very rich with its culture and history. I don't know, during one day or two, how much of that is show you. But as I said, we have some volunteers, so we're always in our side. We're always welcome. We've got a state of the and help us to do what we got to do and okay, we have the next slide, please. So this is our center once again. Your United States Aviation Training Center is welcome you, and we are very glad to be here and promote our center, and at the same time see your motivation for those rovers and space areas. I thank you once again to all organizers to bring all of you in here, and thank you for your patience again to listen to us until this time. Thank you so much.
Thank you for your support and also thank you for the reward for our competitors. And next, I would like to invite Professor Dr. Nuri Çelikbal with her speech, Our Planet and Search for Life in the Universe.
doesn't matter how many papers you present, you always want to do something. Sorry about that. Well, thank you very much, and I'd like to, I will start with the thank to because it's really exciting to see that there is such initiative in our country, and it's incredible, and I would like to participate in any way if I can participate in this space education center. I think it's all about generation, youth generation, and we should always support. Now I would like to take you to see what's happening outside. And you know, when you talk about space and space education, it doesn't matter when you speak on. But the main question is that we're trying to figure why we are interested in space. Why do we have to explore? So if that's the question, it's all about the Earth, actually. It's our own planet. Because when we go to space for different purposes, but the main idea and the main purpose is to try to find a different planet, or let's say plan B. What if we can't do this in our planet? This is one reason. Of course, there are some reasons, but wandering around and try to test your capacity to explore this idea. So I will try to talk about our planet and circle why the universe, and try to understand what our planet actually is offering us. So this is, I'm just going to take this opportunity and try to give a couple words now. And this is the geomicrobiology and biogenetic laboratory in ITU, and I'm really proud to explain that this is the first it's going to, I don't have administration to go on. So why do I do it? And this is our group photo that we have some research that is related to geomicrobiology and biochemistry, and in general astrobiology. We have been lucky to collaborate over the years with different planetary science and geochemistry, University from NASA, and they run and are involved in the research. And our students, I hope that they all enjoy this collaboration. So, what are some alternative worlds where life might exist? And that's the whole purpose to try to understand. So, how are we going to organize life? And how do you know that we will be artificial so far? To answer this question, we really need to understand our planet. Okay, we need to know what the life, where the life exists, and what conditions the life exists. So our guide is always and has been good. Okay. So what does it mean? What is the difference between alternative Earth, workforce, alternative Earth? What's the terminology of alternatives? The Earth, we know that has about 4.3 billion years in water. So that's the precondition for life. That's, as we know, life in here. So water has to. And secondly, we know that at the early stage of Earth, ocean was forming, continental emerging, temperature rising and falling. It was totally different world. And the composition of atmosphere and ocean was constantly changing over the time of Earth. This constantly changing conditions from the current past is considered as alternative Earth. So let me put this way. If you go back in time and you wake up in the middle of sometimes, for example, 4.3 years ago, and the world is the world that we live now. This is alternative Earth. And most of the worlds that alternative roads will not be similar to the roads we have today. So what's that happening? But most importantly, all alternative roads that I'm talking about now is also roads of knowledge. And what's happening is that the habitability estimates that we can take from the evolution of Earth. So simply by understanding the whole history of Earth, we can increase the number of unknown, as well as the broaden parameters that we can use when we look for life in the universe. So we need to define the criteria that will give us to find the past time, past life, or as a search for life in the universe. Then it's all about the code. So by understanding the whole story of this alternative approach explored throughout the history, we can increase the number of unknown life support world, modern capabilities of research, or habitable planets at the aspect of the universe. For example, this is not the world movements. Now there are different groups. They define the landing site. They define how they will pick the samples, and more importantly, why they have to pick the samples. Because it's all like biosignature, right? So you define the biosignature, you try to find the biosignature throughout your landing site. So then, how do you know that's the evidence that we find is standard language? So how to recognize the sign of life? So we are pretty sure that we won't be able to find the right. So I'm going to take you totally back to the Earth. So let's talk about the early crisis. For example, 2 billion years ago, we know that the Earth's composition is African composition in the early crisis. And we know that if we go to Mars and look for the rock composition, so there are some publications that we run that are about later, nicely explaining the world diversity of the Earth and saying that if the bottom composition changes somehow, there are different minerals they can possibly support the life. So then early Earth crust really resemble the rock type of Mars. Okay, so this is a good start, right? And when you look at the Earth atmosphere, you know that the geological records is that we used to have atmospheric chemistry was created during the Earth was created with something with nitrogen composition and sulfur. And there were also energy sources. For example, with radiation and nuclear parts. And there were like really heavy metal impacts. This is good in a way, but this is also bad. It's good in a way that they have to concentrate things in the really small scale water pool, but it's also destroy the rock. So, but luckily, the nuclear oxygen that the open volume can actually preserve. So one of the things is that possibly one of the early origins, we say, alternative person has been experienced. So, and the back part is raised the sum of the back record 4.2 or 2.8 billion years ago. So again, you end up kind of black box about the very early stage of life. But when you look at the early rock records, which we call Anatolian rocks, which is a early 4.3 billion years old rock record, you have like a 15 spot on Earth that is luckily stayed on this large and continuous early stage cosmic environment, but we still have some of the information available on the early rock records. So there are some rock types that are involved in that luckily continuously record the early geological So when you put some of the early stage of drugs, we have still to do drugs that we can use to understand the vaccine data. So all about this, if it's all about life, what is the earliest geological evidence for life on Earth? How do we know that life was existed? Or how far life was existed? And so there's no black spots, actually. Although I have the black box, but if you have some information that I will show you now, the milestone of life. So from the geological records, okay, there are some methodological geological analysis techniques that we can use to try to understand the start of life. So as far as we know, life, the companion evidence for life existed in rock waves 2.7 to 2.8 billion years ago, which we call this historical lines. Okay, and then there are some archaeological fossils that are dating using different dating methods. And we know that life has existed 2.8 billion years ago, but probably much later. Now there are new research that explains it to be possible to way before 2.8 billion years ago. But we know that there's something microorganisms that was able to live on Earth. And there are microfossils, and throughout the history, the first recorded cells here around 2.5 and it evolved continuously. Okay, so there are some changes in atmospheric oxygen composition. The photosynthetic microorganism was able to build up oxygen and pave the way for us to be on Earth today. So then, if we go outside existential for the existential life, we need to know the carbon planets. So if you're able to go back to time and be in the Archean time, which is the time of 2.5 billion years ago, how do you take the landscape like this? And there are some stomatolized, most of the organisms actually made by organisms. And there are like lots of volcanoes and some of the energy generation. So what are the signs of life, signal of life that we read on rock? We call carbon isotopes. And you look at the changes of the carbon isotopes, then we can see signs of life. I would like to take your exercise. The first 2.4 years ago, there are some minus carbon values that related to life. This is one example as a geologist what we can determine inside of life. So the carbon isotopes, one way to do it. And the other favorite sign, for example, R2 microparticles found in synthetic rocks and tangible biological carbon preserved 4.5 billion years with examples. It's pretty convincing that life probably more than we think. So there are also different types of signal of life. Sometimes comes from higher identity that is preserving the rock records, telling us that there is some introduction led by microorganisms. Telling about the life preserving the rocks. We look at these blue dots, the higher they are changing over time. This change is a good indication of life. And there are also some quite essential elements. So we all know that the 6 key elements, such as oxygen, carbon, nitrogen, phosphorus, and sulfur, is a must because of the breathing block nucleus, which is related to DNA and RNA models. But there are also other essential elements that you need to make keep enzyme and other microorganisms, which is these elements, such as oxygen and more important, organic carbon iron, they change over the time of period. And this change is starting from over 2 and 4 billion years, starting from high hydromagnets are here, but low is a couple of them. And it continues to change over time. So I think that this change is reflecting the biology, but preserving the deep ocean sediments. So you know that if you want to go outside our own planet, or if run, or outside the solar system, then there are some other associated elements that could be good by signature, such as seaweed, such as nickel, besides 6 key elements. And these are examples from that is we call laterite formation, examples from partly from Australia, and there are some part in Canada. They say that they formed because of biology. We call that the cell bacteria was able to produce oxygen, and in turn, oxygen they oxidize iron too, and start to cause this laterite formation, which is a good indication of life. Actually, it changed the whole story of life as preserving environment. So these are good examples of life elements. And there are also microbials in general terms, but stomatolytes that always passive forms in the earth. But if you remember, I showed you life of life, and you could say that 8 years ago, life was initiated by certain bacteria and the stomatolite was right for us. So that's why they're important. Almost possible on the earth, persistent life forms being around at least 3 billion years. If you go to Lake Sala, you can see the cousins of this formation, and they have been around almost 3.7 billion years. This is really something that is persistent. How can life exist for such a long time? What makes them different than us? So we have here sometimes we do about the OT we are knowing. So how it's also give us, if you study this science, by the way, from Australia, many of you. So if you study this kind of rock structure, it can also give you how life originated and needed to survive. And what signature does life leave behind in rock space. Okay. And even they provide evidence for this. For example, now we're going to Mars, Perseverance Rover, and it is Anatolian Rover. Is it possible to see some kind of microbial formation around the rover, which is one stone that was existing, which is the. So what are the signs? How are we going to recognize when we go there? Then it was because this deep characterization of certain life. These are examples of different around the world. If you look at it, for example, FGHE from Australia, and I would like to take your attention to how it is scaled and see how nicely nature actually develops this structure by microorganisms. So we deal with such a unique structure in such a small scale as pretty hard to catch. Then that's why we need to study or characterizing deep characterization. We need to do on Earth the same structure so that we can recognize this outside environment. So these are the stomatolytes again. For example, I can show you the area from 2 years, Australia, and you can see the nice structures. And these are more examples from South Africa and Canada. If you want to really use scale, the first one on your left-hand side is that it uses that as a scale. And right at the bottom of right-hand side, that you can see the person again as a scale, how it's different, the size. Of course, if you're lucky, if you go to Mars and find one of these structures, and we can make hold them and there's one. And one thing we need to do is in the astrobiologists and astrobiology chemists, geobiologists and geologists, then we need to go to other places on Earth and study those structures so So when you look at these are the contributions from the space saga, and maybe when you look at this one, the very light on Earth as well as on Mars. Maybe it just doesn't occur. It's pretty hard to collect samples and try to find the right sample. And you have limited amount of chance to hit the spot. And if you go on Earth, you have unlimited sources and unlimited time to try many times. So if you get experience with this, you can easily find the right spots. That's what we try to do this all the time. We are expecting to publish on papers. So these are more examples. My PhD students, she was involved in this. She was trying to understand what different structure causes this different structure is biological or chemical or environmental activity. Trying to have to figure out this structure. And is there biology preserved, as we should preserve this structure, and we can define, and later on we can use our knowledge to understand it. So maybe she's here, trying to dominate the group. She was taking some samples from the field and trying to look under the microscope. And there are always some of the microorganisms that involve producing such structures, but these are fresh and recent formations. Sometimes they are raised and destroyed, and still can recognize the elements of life and try to understand it. So this is just showing that all of these places and take some samples, put under the microscope, is probably what you can see. So not only Lake Salda is unknown places, but there are different places in Turkey to be unknown. For example, we know that the Earth was craving oxygen for about 90 or 80%. So the oxygen level started with around 2.5 million years ago, and it was less than 1%. And at the time, it reached to the present level of oxygen. And that means that Earth was almost most of the around 80 or 90%. So the Black Sea is the largest unanswered place in the world. And that condition is prevailed today, but it was common for most of the history. That if you go to the Black Sea and study the sediments, you probably will get to which are 80%. So this is a unique place to study astrobiology or social life in the universe. So what about the atmosphere and science as well? So we know that the biggest biosignature is our atmosphere. Because oxygen is largely produced by organisms. If you go outside on planet or extraterrestrial life, defining the atmosphere composition would be a good candidate. In fact, now the James Webb, what you do is try to determine the different chemistry of atmosphere and analyze this information if it could be a biosignature. So when you look at the outside of the planet, because it was scientific microorganism, there would be a different microorganism, and they produce different colors. Why not pink? And there are different chemical compounds, not necessarily produced by biology, but could be the indirect evidence for biology. So when you check the atmosphere, and it will give you some, like, for example, pigment colors, chromatic colors that the microorganism produce. Sorry, that was I was talking about. So that we need to do enzyme photosynthesis and atmospheric chemistry. So why do we need atmospheric chemistry? Because we know that atmosphere throughout the history was keep changing. If you look at the over 10 years ago, and the methane was the major gas in the atmosphere, but oxygen was but in time, the vice versa is occurring and oxygen is accumulating in the atmosphere. So we know that the presence of both methane and oxygen in the atmosphere has been viewed as gold standard in the search for reasonable life. But we need to be careful with this, not just methane, it's the product of the chemical reactions. But the disequilibrium is the bacteria continuously produce oxygen. And this disequilibrium between methane and oxygen will be a gold standard for biosolution. Just need to understand the couple different sources of this gases. So this is James Bell, and we're trying what I was saying that if you look at the atmosphere chemistry, that would be the biosolution. At the bottom, when you look at the green color, nitrogen, water, vapor, carbon dioxide, and methane, it's stored in the atmosphere as green. But now ozone is produced, and it's becoming. So the atmosphere chemistry would be the one thing that we can define and try to understand and life to be a good biogenic criteria. So that's why the NASA is trying to explore atmospheric chemistry, because it's easy from distance. You don't have to go there, you don't have to land in it, as long as you reach out. Either now it's a great. Thank you very much for the invitation, and I'll be honored to be part of this first board. And I'll be happy to answer your questions. I hope that I could hold the question in mind why you of us have temperature groups and what is for us trying to find the planet B. Okay, thank you very much again.
Thank you, Dr. for your incredible speech. It was very informative. We'll continue with a broadcasting session. Here is Kenneth Shields from Sierra Space Corporation. It will be an online session, so we need to contact him. I think it's in progress. I need your patience. In the meantime, if you have a question about previous speech, you can ask.
I guess we are ahead of our schedule, so we will have to wait for 7 minutes. So I can say that we can take a break for 10 minutes. But after that, I will see you all in here. See you in 5 minutes.
Welcome. We will put you on the. Can you open your camera, please? Perfect.
Ara mı verildi?
Good morning.
Ya abi 55 lise başlayacak.
Can you hear me okay?
Hi, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you now. Can you hear me?
Videomu açıyorum.
Hi, we are Project Scorpio.
Hello everyone, I'm Kartik Brahma, the team lead of Anvesha.
Hi, we are Project Kratos from BITS Milani Goa Campus, India.
We are Team MST Mongol Bharta from Bangladesh.
Hi, we are Yıldız Rover team and welcome to İstanbul Technical University, Istanbul.
Hello, we are Team Rover Ova from VSB Technical University of Ostrava, and this is our rover, K3P4.
Hi, I am Beyza from Gebze Technical University Rover team.
Pursuing today and how we see the future of space during this decade and the decades to come. So we think it's very exciting, and we are super excited to share it with audiences like this. So bear with me 1 minute as I bring up my charts. Okay, as I said once again, my name is Peter Shields. I'm in the business development group. I am a senior director, and my focus in our business development team is on developing commercial markets and working with industry and developing new ways for us to go to space, new business reasons for us to go to space, and new enterprises to pursue in space. So with that, let's tell you a little bit about our company. So first of all, the underpinnings of everything that we do is really really supported by the vision and the culture of our leadership and our team. We believe, as our CEO believes very strongly, Tom Weiss, that we are at the very beginning of a very profound industrial revolution. We think that space will provide that new frontier that will drive the next global industrial revolution that will bring about significant changes really to humanity and to the way our civilization continues to evolve. We believe, we at Sierra Space believe that we are now embarking on what we refer to as the orbital age. And we view this as an age where we are pivoting from humans exploring space, humans traveling in space and using it for maybe scientific and fundamental discoveries into an age where we are actually transforming our civilization to industrialize space. Instead of just maybe dozens of people flying to space on an annual basis, some years less than that, we are envisioning a time in later in this decade and in the next decade where we will have hundreds of people flying into space, and we will have new capacities and new technological capabilities that will drive new economic opportunities and also innovate and drive new improvements and benefits to civilization and life here on Earth. Once again, all of that, really that belief, that vision, that culture is the underpinning of everything that we're doing now at Sierra Space. A little bit about our company. We are about 1,400 team members strong right now. We are growing. Sierra Space is actually a company that was spun or carved out of a company that's been around for about 30 plus years. We started Sierra Space about 1 year ago, a little over 1 year ago. We carved Sierra Space out as a new commercial space company so that we could more effectively pursue these new commercial opportunities. We wanted to be nimble. We wanted the opportunity to enter the capital markets. We wanted to grow fast, and we didn't want to have the constraints and restraints of a traditionally government-funded or government contracting type organization. So our vision, once again, we are working very hard to develop technologies, platforms that will essentially open up access, democratize access. We believe that, once again, in this decade, we want to see hundreds of people flying and working and researching and enjoying space on a normalized basis every year. And how are we doing that? We're leveraging our technologies, our teams, our platforms, and our vision to build this infrastructure. We're investing billions of dollars in this infrastructure over the next few years, and we are working very hard to enable and facilitate industry and countries like yours to leverage this infrastructure, to exploit this infrastructure, to access space and use space as a tool. Our business is organized into what we call 4 commercial business sectors. Our first sector, and we'll get into a little bit of detail on each one of these as I move through the presentation today, but the first sector we call here is space transportation. And really the anchor in that space transportation sector or division is our Dream Chaser space plane. And you can see a small image here, the aft end of the space plane. You'll see also our Shooting Star cargo module. These are the 2 really anchors of the space transportation business. We'll get into a little bit more detail about the space plane in just a few minutes. The next sector is our space destinations sector. So think of this as habitats, factories in space. These are the destinations that we will service. Perhaps other companies could service them. They're not only orbital habitats or orbital destinations, but these are also technologies and habitats and nodes and modules that we can place on on surfaces. These habitats, these systems function on surfaces, lunar surface, Mars surface, orbits that aren't LEO, perhaps a lunar orbit. We'll get into a little bit more about one of the anchors of our space destination sector, which is a habitat that we call the life habitat. I'll get into some detail on the life in just a few minutes. Next sector is one that we call space applications. So the way I view space applications is really sort of like a parts, components sector. Here we have really innovative technologies, for instance, in solar energy. We've got a great technology in a surface mounted solar cell that is really changing the industry today. We're also specialized in propulsion systems, eclipse systems, hatches, shutters, just about any part or component or subsystem that you can think of that is operating on spacecraft today as part of our space applications. Our history was really founded in space applications. I think we've got over 500 missions under our belt right now in different satellites across the architecture of space. And then the last sector that we have is our newest, and we're just kicking it off now. We call it Sierra Space Ventures. Sierra Space Ventures is an investment arm. We believe very strongly that there are some emerging markets, especially industrial markets, that will benefit from access to space and access to microgravity. We also believe that there will be opportunities for us to make investments and to help catalyze or accelerate, incubate, fertilize some of these businesses and some of these markets. And so we intend to do that. We think that these investments are actually investments in our future customers that will be utilizing our platforms and others and driving this new economy, driving these improvements to humanity and civilization in the future. So we're going to make some smart investments out of our Sierra Space Ventures sector. As I said, we carved out in 2021, and we were very, very happy. Just about 6 months after we started Sierra Space, we were able to raise a Series A investment round of $1.4 billion. We believe that this was the second largest private raise ever in our industry, and it was definitely the largest capital raise that the industry saw in 2021. You could see here the other aspect of this that we believe was very significant is these investors, and you can see some of the investment partners here are traditional investors. They're not space angel investors. They don't invest in space-based companies as a niche, but they are sort of traditional capital market investors. And we think that is once again an indicator that we are on the verge of this orbital age, as we call it, this new industrial revolution where capital markets are starting to open up. Traditional capital markets are starting to open up in this industry that we have not witnessed before. So we're super excited. We thought this was an affirmation of what our vision and what our plans are. And we are, it's very, very big differentiator that we've got such great capitalization to fuel, sort of place some rocket fuel into what our plans are. So a bit of a deep dive into our space transportation sector and tell you a little bit more about the Dream Chaser space plane and how we view this really as a franchise of space planes that provide really unparalleled and unmatched transportation logistics services here in this decade. So I think everyone's familiar with the way it's been done over the past 6+ decades. Capsules, tried and true technologies, no doubt about that. And there are several companies out there that are still leaning very heavily on capsule technology. But we believe that the future is more akin to aviation as we know it today. We believe that now businesses have access to technology to operate logistics and transportation infrastructure, much like we do in the aerospace industry today. We believe that with the space plane, we're essentially raising the altitude of commercial aviation as we know it today. The space plane brings with it a lot of advantages that I'll get into in just a second, but we think that once the Dream Chaser starts operations next year, by the way, it's going to be a game changer. It's going to be a big differentiator for our company and really for the industry. We also think that this will drive other innovation and begin to open things up from a standpoint of transportation and logistics. So our first space plane, the DC-100, as we call it, the name of this space plane is Tenacity. We think it reflects the attitude of our company, the attitude of our employees, and the way we've gone about executing this program. DC-100 will enter into service next year. Its first missions are 7 missions under contract with NASA to resupply the International Space Station. The DC-100 Tenacity vehicle is a cargo and resupply vehicle only. It will not carry passengers. It's not designed for human spaceflight. carries approximately 6 tons to low Earth orbit, returns approximately half of that to Earth. It will, as I said, go to ISS, so it's a low Earth orbit, a LEO mission. It has other applications. One of the advantages of this vehicle is high reusability. We baseline models seem to indicate that we can reuse this vehicle at least 15 missions. Of course, we'll learn a lot more once the Dream Chaser flies and we get some real flight data back. Of course, the Service Star shooting star service module, which you see attached to the aft end of the Dream Chaser 100, is also an important part of the system. It is a pressurized and unpressurized cargo module that will deliver cargo and payloads to the ISS. Upon return, the return cargo goes into the space plane itself, and then the trash, if you will, the things that the ISS is attempting to get rid of, will go into the shooting star. And then upon return, once it's released from the ISS, its return mission just before reentry into the Earth's atmosphere, that shooting star cargo module detaches and burns up in the atmosphere. So it essentially serves as the incinerator for the ISS to get rid of waste material. The space plane comes back through the atmosphere, about a 1.5 G reentry, so a very soft, a very comfortable reentry, then glides down to its landing runway with a very soft landing, much like an airplane. What's great about the space plane, we can land this just about anywhere in the world, and we have agreements with different regions around the planet. We've got an arrangement. We're working in Japan right now. We're getting licensed in the state of Alabama in the United States. We also have some landing negotiation and certification underway on the West Coast. And we're doing this certainly for redundancy. So we have different places that we can bring the space plane back to Earth, but we're also doing this to drive economies. And we'll talk about that in just a minute. The second plane in the series, the second space plane in the franchise, is what we call the DC-200. It's in the center of the chart here. This is our crewed version. So this is the space plane that will carry astronauts, private astronauts, NASA astronauts, International Space Agency astronauts, perhaps private tourists, adventure tourists. This vehicle is essentially the same design as the DC-100, very similar in its airframe, very similar in its ConOps, except we will have additional safety features that will make the vehicle human rated. Right now, we're looking at a 2025 date to go into service. And we see this as both civil and commercial, as all of these vehicles are. A great opportunity for countries that maybe didn't participate in the ISS to have a more permanent seat at the table in space, so to speak. Scheduling, a programmatic approach to maybe flying your astronauts in space over long duration. It's going to be a great vehicle for us. And then the last space plane we call the DC-300. It's quite a bit different than the other two. It's going to have the ability to service GEO, LEO, other orbits. It's going to have a lot more power, a lot more propulsion. We view this as probably primarily a government vehicle to service very specific missions. We're envisioning this to have large payload doors and very long duration free flying missions in the future, and that will come a little bit later in the decade. So as I said before, Dream Chaser can land in a multitude of areas around the world, and certainly great redundancy to have that. But we also believe it's a great opportunity for other industries and other countries to build an economy around infrastructure that we would provide. We also have the ability to negotiate with other countries about launching the Dream Chaser from their country if they have the right type of launch facilities and the right type of launch vehicle. So we're open to all sorts of creative arrangements to expand our technologies and once again open up, democratize this access to space so that it goes well beyond maybe what was traditionally the ISS partners having a front row seat in low Earth orbit to conduct research, conduct science, and drive their industries. All right, now moving on from our space transportation to our space destination sector. As I said before, this is the sector where we are developing the business for habitats, for destinations, for places to go and why would you go to these places in space? I think most of us, I would hope, are familiar with the International Space Station, of the ISS. It's been an amazing vehicle. It's provided us with greater than 20 years of continuous human presence in space. It's amazing when I think there are some people on the Earth alive today that didn't have a day where we didn't have someone living and working in space. That's what the ISS has provided to us. And if you think about it, it really has been that sort of that spark that's lit this fire that's now going to drive the orbital age. But now it's time to pivot from science and discovery and utilization into industrialization. But the ISS cannot do that. The ISS was not built to do that. And the ISS is getting old and tired, and is probably no longer an efficient and effective vehicle to drive the kinds of new discoveries, even new exploration, technology development, but certainly industrial and economic development in LEO. It just can't happen on the ISS. So now is the time for countries like Turkey and others to take their spot in LEO, take their place in space, develop their programs over time. It's especially an opportune time now because we do have a few years left on the ISS in this decade to begin the program where you can have some work done on a mission by mission, payload by payload basis, sort of test out some things, develop your technologies, perhaps fly some of your astronauts on the ISS, and prepare for when you can really fully exploit these new commercial platforms with larger, more significant programs, making more significant investments. I think equally important to stimulate the industry in your country to think in terms of what can be done in microgravity and what can be done in space, and how can we leverage the ISS in the near term as a proof of concept platform, almost a test kitchen, if you will, so that when we're ready to move to the commercial platforms that companies like Sierra Space are building, you're ready to expand that footprint and expand that investment and bring some significant return on investment to the citizens in your country. So a little bit about the LIFE habitat. LIFE is an acronym for Large Integrated Flexible Environment. It's really the underpinnings here. It's an expandable soft goods structure. And so what I mean by that is the exterior, the outside of the LIFE habitat is actually a soft surface, a soft material, as opposed to a rigid metal or aluminum structure. We do this so that we can get maximum pressurized volume on orbit in the most efficient way possible. What that allows us to do is at launch, under a fairing and a standard fairing, a 5-meter fairing, we can launch this habitat in the unexpanded or unexpanded configuration. Once we reach our orbit, then we expand it out to its full volume. And our full volume on orbit is 300 cubic meters. Now, 300 cubic meters, what is that exactly? How does that scale out in space? To give you a comparison, today's International Space Station is roughly a little bit less than 1,000 cubic meters. However, the International Space Station took over 10 years and over 40 space shuttle flights to build. We can get nearly about one third of that pressurized volume, that pressurized capacity on LEO, on low Earth orbit, in one launch. And so one can immediately recognize that is a huge savings, a huge benefit to getting your initial configuration on orbit. Also, because of its sort of voluminous capacities, you can see here, it's essentially a 3-story building in space. And we have one of these mock-ups, a LIFE habitat mock-up that's at Kennedy Space Center right now, and we host meetings in it, and we've got it outfitted with a few payloads to give people a sense of what can be done here. But it's just amazing the space that's in there. We also are configuring it such that if you've seen the inside of the ISS on any videos, or if we have any astronauts in the audience, the ISS, when you're seeing videos or working in the ISS, I sort of describe it as working inside of a VCR, or working inside of some kind of a piece of machinery, because there's all these wires and things jutting out all over the place. And our configuration, our architecture, if you will, is providing a whole different type of space than that, where we have the ability to essentially hide those types of utilities in areas that do not interfere with where the humans and the research and the work is going to be done in these habitats. We're making great progress on development. This is a real article. This is not just a PowerPoint presentation. We are right now going through our testing and certification process. Happy to report that just about 2 weeks ago, we had what's called our burst test, where we inflate a subscale version of the life habitat to a point where it bursts. That's why it's called the burst test. And the certification has a minimum PSI, a minimum pressure that you're supposed to be able to achieve before the burst occurs. And we went well over it. We exceeded the burst certification PSI by several factors. And so we're super excited. We actually, all the records that we could find, it's the second highest PSI that's ever been achieved in this technology. So we're right on schedule. The next test is coming up in August, and then we have another one later in the year. And if we successfully navigate through those, we are right on schedule to get this on orbit as planned before the end of this decade. What's great about the life habitat is it's got applications, not only for low Earth orbit and the initial program or the initial mission that we're designing it for now, but what's fantastic about the life habitat is it's good for surface habitats, as I indicated earlier. You can see renderings here of where the life habitat could be used. The technology here was really built upon a 1,000-day mission to Mars. And so, as you can see, all of the avionics subsystems, everything that goes into this can be applied across a spectrum of applications. That's really one of the main themes of our company. Everything that we do can be applied across several different applications across our full space architecture. And the life habitat and the Dream Chaser are two very important critical elements of a partnership that we have with Blue Origin that we call the Orbital Reef. We just embarked on this program late last year. We were awarded a phase 1 contract from NASA to design a commercial space station. We're right now ahead of schedule in getting to what we call a PDR, a preliminary design on what the Orbital Reef commercial space station will be. It will be a completely commercial endeavor that will be expandable, modular, to grow as the markets grow, to change and evolve its offerings as the requirements of the markets and the users and customers evolve over time. In this partnership, and it is a 50-50 partnership between Blue Origin and Sierra Space, we view it as a mixed-use business park. So the vision here, the business model really relies on the fact that we're providing the infrastructure, the transportation, the power, the data, places for people, countries, companies to conduct research and business in space. You just plug into the system. I like to compare it to like our cell phones, right? We've got this awesome operating system, the iOS operating system, and just there's hundreds, I guess there's thousands of applications now that we can go and get and put onto the operating system. That's what we want to provide at Sierra Space and Blue Origin. That's what Orbital Reef is and will be to the world, really, is this operating system in space to which you can bring aboard your application to pursue whatever it is you want to pursue. If it's research, we're going to have research facilities, or you can bring your own research facility. Maybe you want to dock your own research module there that's going to work on groundbreaking research in a particular area of medicine. We'll have a home for you. If it has nothing to do with research, if it's hospitality and entertainment, you want to have a luxury hotel, we want you to berth or dock your luxury hotel to our system. And we see it as multi-use, multi-purpose, where all of these different proprietary applications can be conducted, lowering the bar, lowering the barrier. You don't have to be a space engineer necessarily. We'll take care of the space operations. You drive your business. And we're seeing some success really on a global scale right now. We've got agreements in place that says 30+ companies. I think we're probably somewhere around 50+ at this point. MOUs, LOIs is how we start down the path. Then we continue to refine and narrow scope and requirements, and then we get into deeper contracts on how we actually provide services, spaces, access to space, if you will. And the types of companies that we're working with and types of agencies that we're working with are certainly research and development in the areas of manufacturing, biotech, logistics and servicing, but also, as I said before, non-research, non-science, sort of non-traditional activities to the space environment, like media, entertainment, advertising, tourism. We see these as some of the primary areas, primary markets that will be occupying the reef, utilizing the reef. Our baseline configuration is scheduled to go up later in this decade. Right now, we are running very hard towards 2027. You see on the left side of this chart, this is the initial configuration. And on the right chart, we're seeing a mid 2030s, later 2030s as demand, as the markets grow and evolve. What's great about this system, it's modular. I like to compare it to like a Lego toy set that our kids play with. We can add to it, expand it over time as the markets grow. Once again, an effective and efficient way to grow without investing too much in the beginning and becoming inefficient. As I said before, some of the customers fall under these domains. Certainly biopharma and in-space manufacturing are very exciting. We've seen some very, very interesting and compelling things come out of ISS research, and we're helping companies and space agencies continue to mature those plans, transitioning from ISS over to our platforms, but also these other domains like international agencies, sovereign nations that haven't had an opportunity really to have a seat at the table on the ISS. We think it's time to do that, and we are enabling that as quickly as we can. I mentioned exploration, hospitality, entertainment, and also servicing satellites, refueling satellites, maybe even manufacturing and deploying or launching satellites from the platform in the future could be a great way to go. I mean, if we don't have to take it to space, if we don't have to take it and we can make it, think about how that might change the industry in the future. So collaboration opportunities. This is the one thing I want to make sure the takeaway with the audience today is we are investing billions of dollars of investment and also an amazing team in building this transportation and destination network and infrastructure. And what we are hoping, what we are planning for, what we are sort of challenging the world to do is take advantage of the system, take advantage of the network. Let's have conversations about how we can support your roadmap to space utilization. How can we help you to expand a science program? How can we help you to expand your industry development in this area? Space is going to be a very competitive area. There's no doubt about it. It's going to be this next frontier, as we call it, Sierra Space. It's going to be the basis for this orbital age, this next industrial revolution that we believe is here. We think we're on the cusp of it. We think it will move fast. As we all know, technology moves very, very quickly. And once the markets start to invest and become aware, it will only be a catalyst for even faster movement and development. So let's have those conversations. Please reach out to us. Let's talk about how we can partner and collaborate with Turkey, both the Turkish government, but also Turkish industrial concerns to bring space to your doorstep. The goal here is to bring space to Earth and bring Earth to space. So let's work together to do that in the country of Turkey. I think that's all I have today. I don't know if we have time for questions or if that's the forum here, but I'm happy to do that if we do.
Yes.
I think that's all I have.
Dear Kenneth, we thank you so much for your participation.
Thank you. I appreciate the opportunity, and it's nice to see you all. And if you have any questions, please get them over to your organizers, and they know how to contact us, and we'll be in touch.
We are not have a kind of a question. We are not taking a question because it will be hard for us in technical difficulties. Thank you so much for your attendance.
No problem. Thank you.
Okay, now we can finish it. Thank you so much for joining us.
But first of all, we will be sharing Mehmet Yıldırım's speech. It's a video, so guys, if you help me out from here to share the video, please. Yeah, I'm waiting for you. Yeah, I guess we can play this game now, so
yeah, I will speak as less as I can. Thank you so much. Thank you for your invitation and joining this Anatolian Rover challenge. I'm co-founder of Anatolian Rover, as mentioned before. At the end of this, I think this 15 minutes is enough for us. At the end of this 15 minutes, you will have interesting knowledge about the history of the rover team. And if you have any questions on that stage, you can ask for the as mentioned before, I'm for İstanbul Technical University and as co-founder of the Rover team. And let's continue with Walter. Walter was for team lead. At the beginning, he knows everything about the roboting. And at the end of this 15-minute session, we can ask the question directly to us, by hands up, or whenever we want. Okay. Would you continue?
Hi, I'm an enthusiast. For those who don't know me, I worked for IT Robotics in 2016. From 19, I have been working 17, 18, 19, and 18. I have seen many robot challenges, and I have been in universities almost all the time. But this year, I hope things will be different and more pleasant. And thank you very much for your attendance to the competition. What I want to say is, for the teams, the winner of ARC 2022 is going to get a visit to Space Capsule. It will be a 2 days program. It starts after the competition ends, and it will be in summer. For those teams, it will be a working program. You have seen the analytics here. And then for the challenge category, as you mentioned, group has its own prize. It will be a visit to Bursa and Government Space Center, the video I have seen here recently. So for the teams that get these prizes, I congratulate them. And for 3 days, we will define which one of you will get these prizes. Thank you very much.
Hello. As I previously mentioned, I'm the head judge of the Anatolian Rover Challenge. I used to be a science team member of the Rover team in 2017 and 18. And in 2017, we became the first Turkish team who participated in the Rover Challenge. And this year, I honored to become a University Rover Challenge one of the science judge. So I was in the Masters Association. That gave me some experience for me to see from judge perspective, because I know from you team members' perspective how you face challenges, and we try to adopt all those experiences in our robot challenge. And in my professional life, when I started with being a team member of the robot team, I decided for sure I want to be a planetary scientist. and now I'm doing my PhD in German Aerospace Center. And I know how valuable being a team member of a rover team. So I care about your ideas, opinions, and please feel free to speak up about your ideas about the Anatolian Rover challenge. And now I would like to invite Batuhan here. He is a software genius. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Welcome everyone. Thank you for being here. And I hope you find it comfy with the invitation to tomorrow. I wish you all the best. I'll be one of the judges for admission 2, and I am my hero team for the founders. As you may understand from my outfit, I'm the super guy. Everyone's from the so currently I graduated in 2019 and did my master's I'm currently working for a US company called Robotics. It's a robotics company. I've been doing a lot of special robotics, so very exciting projects, and definitely using a lot of stuff that we started using with rovers. So Rover introduced me to Ross, our operating system. We're probably most of the things using. Your first practice, and I learned that, and now I'm one of the behavior also. I do a lot of competition, so it's amazing to like be one of the users of the process, but now like actually developing the software itself. So it has been an amazing journey, and I hope you have similar experiences in your journey in your own careers. And yeah, wish you all the best. You want to introduce yourself? I'll let Bob speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your speech. And I think we're ready to show the video of another rover team member.
Hello everyone, greetings from Germany. My name is Anatolian Rover. I'm the founder and first time. I'm really excited that I'm going to be able to end this first Anatolian Rover challenge person. I'm actually scheduled for this next. So I just briefly tell my story what we did before. The first rover team in Turkey. Our story started actually last October. So news were made on a website called Space, and they were mentioning about competition that the universities were competing with each other in their lives. And I was still in high school, I didn't have any chance to attend it. And a few years later, I started attending university. We actually discussed this in the first year. The resources forward to 2014. At that time, we had a great advisor. So we started working on this idea. Can we build our own rover? And can we enter these competitions? At that point, we only had URC, and then the first time we actually the first year. And with that, our story started. We developed a very great team. We had unlimited support from our university, and very limited time, less than a few months, we finished our first prototype, and we started in years. We got accepted, but there was only one problem. The taking over from Turkey from another country was problematic, and we had no one to ask for safety because our program was like small ground for anything, but also it was too big to carry. And that was our first real challenge one of the competitions. We had decision on everything and bring everything back the following year. And unfortunately, most of our equipment is destroyed when we're just going there. So I want to ask everyone, did you hear Rover in the first year was a successful, not much, but we were celebrating and crazy because we did this from scratch. We found some money and some sort of testing. And the next year, in 2016, we ended this year at a we were still filming visitors from Turkey. And then afterwards, the actually second year we finished my mom's challenge with the 100% rating. So it was amazing for us. Again, we had national. So after 6 years after that, staying on doing my PhD in Technical University, and also still working on, let's say, Mohan related and next and the days I spent, the whole team, days I spent with this challenge of doing the work with this different range of applying and everything. It helped me a lot to work very well. So all sorts of things which become a challenge for many people, it's not a challenge for me because I really have the worst example. And so for the computers who are doing these first, Anatolian Rover, I'm moving for you. How you have the best results you want to have, and for the candidates who want to join these competitions, want to do their course, also looking for you. But the competition is not the important thing. The important thing is the experience, fun, and benefits. And also, thank you the entire total challenge team for bringing out all these people and all this stuff from all this many people. And really, it was a challenge to try out. Good luck and have a nice celebration.
Enjoyed, and I hope you have some mindset about how Turkish your community here. So actually, we already informed you about the meeting session, so we can start. And we have 15 minutes, I guess. I'm not informed which teams are here and which teams are not here. So show some courage, please, and come up to the stage where the team might see. So who wants to come here first and introduce yourself? And volunteers, yeah, please. And other team, please be ready because I think I'm gonna give you each 2 minutes or 3 minutes before others each come down. Okay.
Hi everyone. We have a review about self-regulation. It's no problem. Okay. You think about it. I try not to hearing you, but they will prepare. And it's not just you can we are from university, and I'm coming from the organization. Our team consists of 22 members from several universities. The team structure by are sub-teams, and those are science, mechanical, electronic, software, and construction and organization. We love to learn our domains and have it separate through the process as followed now. And now we know that some teams from outside the country, and you may have problems inside and outside the campus about competition or otherwise. If you need help, please come to us. We will have the help if we can. And good luck to all the teams. And thank you for the committee and the ITU. Yeah, I said that. ITU for having us all here at the Anatolian Rover.
Okay, please go ahead. Yes, the British Scorpio, right? Probably guys, I cannot see your shirts.
So we are from Kenya. We are a very small team from our Technical University of Australia, and we are very honored to be here and represent our school, our nation, and our work. And we want to try our best in this competition, and we wish you luck.
You can hear about other members as well. Short.
There are just 9 of us. This is how. Thank you.
I think this time the team is for we still make it to right?
We are working under off-road student association at the First University of Science and Technology. We started building the first rover I think 2011, but our association existed 2 years prior. However, we had different projects, and the first rover was built in 2011, and now we are Anatolian Rover. We're still developing, and we hope we are getting better and better. But this is a new opportunity after 2 years of pandemic, and I'm very grateful for it. Because most of us didn't know how the real rover change looks like, and this is an opportunity for us to get used to the knowledge. Thank you so much.
We competed in the DLC in 2019, and then we've spent the last 2 years redesigning our rover into that second competition. So we're very much looking forward to testing it out and seeing all who like it. I mean, and inspiring all others around it. So yeah, thank you for hosting us. Yeah, best of luck for you.
Any people from Asia?
everyone. As I said, in MIC from National Institute of Science and Technology in Bangladesh. Last year, I worked in this team as a local team lead and vice team lead. And this year, after the graduation, I'm working with this team as an advisor. Our team consists of 11 members. Most of them are basically the assembly of Rover. Otherwise, they will be with us. And thank you so much, yes, and I think I was for this curious program. And this of the name, thank you.
I journey started in 2018, and since then we have participated in various competitions. Recently participated in University Rover Challenge, which was held in university. We learning from there, we are excited to participate in the Anatolian Rover Challenge. We are having a great time in the IT campus, and we are excited to share knowledge with all the students. All the best to all the teams, and thank you.
I'm Saikaji from team manager. So Anusha was founded in 2016 and we participated in my first competition in 2017. And we have come a long way since then, building 6 rovers and we gained a lot of experience in that process. And we are very glad to participate in Anatolian Rover Challenge this year. Thank you.
Any volunteers? I guess it's not anybody's question. Yeah.
Hello, we are the Anatolian Rover team. We are the Rover team of İstanbul University. We are established in February 2022, so we are very young team. We have students from different departments. Physics, biology, astronomy, even further, consists quite of subjects like mechanical, electrical, science, software, and organization. We're dream team that work with this ambition and will be great experts for us. Thank you.
Are there any more competing teams left, or do we need all? I guess we have an observer team here who got University. Are you there? Can you come up? Uludağ University is not competing this year, but they came as an observer team, so I think we should need them to do.
So we founded the Rover team 2 months ago, or like 3 months ago, and we actually even started working on our projects. Thank you for having us, and we will be the biggest threat to Brexit in the future. Thank you.
I guess we have one more observer team from SHU. Would you like to meet?
Hello everyone. collaborating space from Eskişehir Technical University recently. We haven't done anything so far. So we need to observe our competitors and our friends. We're nice to meet you, Anata, and this is my family. That's all I can say.
We're all set, and and now there's another broadcasting session. It's regarding the founder of the IRC. Are we ready to connect? Meanwhile, as we know, Mr. Robert Storin and Lucas suggest his speech due to some connectivity issues, but after this speech, we are able to connect them. So we are 3 speeches left, and then we're good to go. So, you're ready, guys? It's Sagarnata from IRC.
Actually, the whole competition is made around the medical review. We wanted actually to take the video of the team, but then perform the chance. It will come out as a movie. But everything turned out to be because of the whole competition cannot be done in one video. What we were trying to get is action, reality, and also upload. So it's a mix of both. Thank you. How is the preparation going, by the way? Did you like the campus? Excellent. Wonderful. Thanks. Huh? Have you been in city? In the evenings, you can go to city center,
have a visit there. I'm sure you know the right? Anyone visited Istanbul before? You have? Well, 2019. I see. You're very happy. Very happy. Very happy. Blue mask. Yeah, this is under. I see. Yeah, one of the one of those ones. The citizen is very old, by the way. The city itself is built by the member of the It's a roller city actually. But then things went differently in 1450. And then, what I want to say, the name of the competition is Anatolian. Do anyone knows what Anatolian means? You might guess actually. Yeah. The Anatolian is named after Asia. The name etymology comes right from Greek word. Anatolia means the one of the east, because the colonies, the big colonies in the western Anatolia, were called the Eastern Anatolia. So this is how the name. So we use this name since the next year, another year, the competition will be in different cities throughout Anatolia. So first we start with Istanbul, next year it will be a different city. I'm not sure if you're there, but yeah.
We can continue the Q&A session once we have the speech with your and that's
one step further and create the global hub for students and professionals engaged in space technology. We have just established a Space Robotics Society. We want to advance space technology, implement space projects, organize events to provide students with an ecosystem to learn and engage in space engineering, and we want to elevate space professionals. And now it's the part we want you to work with us. Our goal is to make space sector open for all, and we invite you to cooperate with us in the various countries. We are looking for national coordinators, mentors, partner organizations, and people who want to develop the field of space engineering. Well, we only have 10 minutes, so let's talk about a few initiatives that we are planning in the near future. So, Sagar, the floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you, Justina, for the introduction. And as now all of you know that we are rebranding Master Study South Asia into an entirely new organization with the name Space Robotics Society. So before I move to that, first of all, I would like to congratulate the entire team of Anatolian Rover Challenge for putting up a fabulous competition. And why I'm so happy for this is that just like them, a few years back, we also started a competition in India with the name Indian Rover Challenge. And it was in the year 2018 when the first edition of the competition took place. And I got involved in the competition directly in 2019. And during that time, we never thought that we will have these many competitions in 2020 happening all over the world. We have seen the emergence of new road competitions, which cater to the needs of the students of that particular location, and they also expand globally. So when I see our trajectory, the competition IRC has tremendous growth in the past 2 to 3 years. And during the time of COVID, we also moved to the online versions of the competition, which we call International Rover Design Challenge. So as I spend 3 years of my life in a rover team, and I have good experience of participating in rover competitions myself. So we were thinking that there is a lack of conceptualized knowledge in the rover competitions. So that is why we came up with the International Rover Design Challenge competition in the year 2020. Now, after these 2 years of events and so much students participating in the competition, we realized that it's the best time to move to an organization which can provide the entire ecosystem when it comes to space robotics. Earlier, we just had 2 or 3 scattered competitions, but now the goal is to have a complete set of competitions where the students, starting from their high school to their postgraduate, can undertake various kind of research and spark the innovation. So now I have got so many questions regarding the next edition and what are we doing. In fact, for the past 6 months, we have been just covertly working on the new setup which we are making. So as far as the competitions are concerned, the one thing which we are doing this year is that we are clubbing both the things, IRDC and IRC together. So the idea is to provide students with a chance to conceptualize, design, manufacture, and then operate the rover in Mars simulated conditions. So with that goal, the plan is to have the entire year, like around 11 months, dedicated to both the competitions, so that the new teams which are in the making, they can start their journey with the IRDC first, and then they can subsequently move to producing a full prototype version of the rover and can participate in the International Rover Challenge. And for next year competition, we are starting the registration just after the Anatolian Rover Challenge, and that will be in the first week of August, and the competition will take place in January 2023. The last 2 years have been quite difficult due to pandemic, but this year we have seen that a lot of teams are eager to participate because they have not been able to do what they enjoy the most, participating in rover competitions. This year in the mid URC took place, and then now Anatolian Rover Challenge is taking place. So we see a lot of good competitions happening in the near future. Now, apart from IRC, the next thing which we wanted to do with the rover community is the research part. We see a lot of teams, they are eager to jump into the research domain when it comes to robotics, but they are limited by resources, they are limited by the guidance. So the one area where we can help them and where we can support them is the guidance. So for that, we are working on a project known as RISE, Research in Space Exploration. So the initial motive of this project is going to be engage students in research related to space robotics. And this is going to be completely online initially. And we're going to have 2 cycles per year where we will be selecting students from various science and technological backgrounds. And we will be bridging the gap between the students and the academia. And so from November onwards, we are going to start this program. And initial target will obviously be the students from the rover teams. So far, we have seen that there's so many programs when it comes to science field, astrobiology fields, and similar fields. But we haven't seen any programs directly focusing on the tech part. So the idea is to focus on the tech part, and so that we can have more innovation and research when it comes to the rover teams. So far, most of the teams, they have just limited themselves to just participating in the competitions. But in the longer run, to make space progress, it is vital to have the research domain propel as well. So that is a plan which we have for the research. So yeah, as Krishna said, we have limited time, 10 minutes, I won't take much. So the things which we are doing, once again, I will just let you know all. We are going with a new organization with the name Space Robotics Society. And the idea is to provide every student, professional with an ecosystem where they can engage, they can discuss their ideas, they can inspire others, and they can do innovation related to space technology and allied fields. So for this, we are starting with our flagship competition, International Rover Challenge and International Rover Design Challenge, the cycle of which will be starting in the first week of August. And as we move towards the finals of the competition in December, we will be starting the RISE program, Research in Space Exploration. There also we will be engaging the rover teams and students in space research. And then the competition culminates in January 2023. And from next year onwards, the idea is to release a rule book in the month of February or March. and then give the students a complete life cycle experience of rover building. So that's the plan. I hope that all of you enjoy your stay at the Anatolian Rover Challenge, and I wish all the teams very good luck and may the best team win. And despite the result, enjoy the competition. That would be an unparalleled experience for you. I hope so. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yeah, hi Lucas. Yes, we can
hello,
hear you.
hi. Sorry for being late, but we had some problem with electricity today. There will be much more problems with electricity in Europe the following years. Sorry for not being there in person because my flight was cancelled. So it was like 2 days of nightmare for me. Okay, so I'm starting my presentation. Let me tell me if you can see and the slides are changing. Can you see the slide? Okay, thank you. So my short speech will be about the future and why it belongs to you, to the dreamers, because the Rover Challenges, it's about dream, it's about future-proof occupations. It's about that people who participate in this kind of competitions, they are actually the ones who build our future. So, but to speak about the future, let me first talk about a little bit about the past. So, do you know what connects all these people together? First of all, the space technologies. Of course, they are humans, that's the one thing. But the second, the most important thing is that they are connected by the space technologies. So we have a para-sportsman here. He's got actually the 2 space technologies. You have the special protease and you have like a boot with the rubber equipped with the rubber thing. And this was made for the Apollo program. Then you have a person who actually, unfortunately, was going through the accident, and then you can see the gold blanket is actually gold silver. So this is the space. It's called sometimes space blanket. It's very light. It's very thin, and it has got very good thermal conditions. So it was made for the space sector. You can see it, for example, in the Herschel mission for the first time. Then you have firemen. Why firemen? Well, because before Apollo 1, before this tragic that happened during the first human test of the Apollo program, the firemen, they didn't have the special materials to go into the fire. So actually, after this accident, after what happened over there at the launch test, the special materials were invited, allowing firemen to go deeply into the fire. Now you can see them wearing the special suit sometimes, and they are directly going to the very, very, very high temperatures. And this is thanks to the space sector. And last but not least, the small gentleman or small lady, I don't know. So actually, the person over there also has a space technology on him, on her. So yes, it's a diaper, and the diaper, it's directly a thing that was invented for the space sector. Actually, not the diaper like it looks like now, but it was a special filter allowing astronauts for this kind of accidents. So actually, they needed a special waterproof and the water hold material actually for for the launch, for the missions. And now we have it here with us. We had it in the past. We will have it in the future when we get a little bit older. Why I'm telling you this? Because all and much more of these technologies were invented thanks to Apollo missions. This is, of course, the picture from the studio when we shot the fake moon landing. I'm joking, of course. But unfortunately, there are many believers still on Earth that think that this didn't happen. And actually, yesterday was the next anniversary. Thanks to STS, thanks to the shuttles, the space shuttles, we've got enormous amount of the space technologies still in use I have in my house like 4 or 5 of them, and all of them are wearing a special logo. So it was like a NASA technology transfer program. I'm sleeping on the special mattress in the memory foam. I'm using the special system for cleaning the air, also the COVID, and it's got it's doing this through ultraviolet, and it was being used on the space shuttle before. So actually, thanks to the space station, we had a lot of new technologies, and not only, because on the space station there was many testing of medicines, of new molecules actually. So we have new medicines, new drugs, new kind of food even invented for astronauts. So now we can use, for example, ionization food. So this is all happened, and much more, because I can show you right now something that I already mentioned. So memory foam, temporal foam, actually, the first company to be starting to use this as after technology transfer program, the CCD cameras. So actually, thanks to the space sector, we have the cameras in our phone. Can you imagine the social media right now without photos, without digital photos? This is thanks to the space sector. Can you imagine when we have smoke in our house without any smoke detectors? Thanks to the space program. Laptops, my dear friends. Yes, laptop was invented for the mission of ISS. The solar panels, of course, it's obvious. Right now, it's much more needed, especially with this geopolitical situation. But we have much, much more. I could not fit everything here that we have from the space sector. It is said that during the day, we usually use around 80 space technologies every day. And some of them, some of us don't even know that they are coming from space, like diapers. Who knew about diapers? So actually, it all started with dreamers. Here is like 6 persons that had the dream. You have Konstantin Tsiolkovsky from 19th century, the person who really believed that something like trips to the moon, the rockets will happen. Robert Goddard, this guy, this is the first rocket in the United States, and this guy actually blew up his house for building this kind of stuff, wooden house. Nancy Grace Roman, this is actually the godmother of the Hubble telescope. Sometimes she's never mentioned. I don't know why, because she's a very important person. Arthur C. Clarke, actually, in his books, you can read about the space stations and the space stations that will be built in the nearest future, and the shapes, the ideas, the constructions were happening in his books, in his dreams, actually. Carl Sagan, this is a person I don't have to introduce, and actually he inspired a lot of people in the space sector, I mean a lot. And Werner von Braun, actually the person who didn't start it very well, his career, because the first rocket he built were targeted on London. So he was fighting on the wrong side of the World War II, actually, in the beginning. But after World War II, he joined the NASA, and then he actually created the Apollo space program. Thanks to him and his team, we had this monstrous Saturn V rockets that brought us to the moon. And I could show like hundreds and thousands of people here, but I don't have place here. So that's why I showed you. Another picture, we have here Mars, okay? We have Martian rover, but look, we have a drone, we have a copter, we have ingenuity. Someone dreamed to fly on other planet. Just came true, right? And we have right now the flying drone on another planet. So you can see that the dreams come true, and the space sector is allowing to do it. The next dream, let's build a next space station, and let's build it not around Earth, but let's build it outside the moon, okay? Let's build the new space station that will be allowing us to go on the moon every day, and maybe from there to go to Mars. So that it happened. It's happening right now, actually. This is the real photo. These modules are being built. The Gateway station is actually getting more and more serious every day. I've been in Thales Alenia Space in Italy, in Torino, and actually I stepped in one of the modules for astronauts for the Gateway station. I'm not sure if I go there when it will be ready, but I can say already I have been to the Gateway station, at least some part of it. I cannot show you the real photo from my trip because I wasn't allowed to show anything like that. But here, this is official photo of NASA, so I can show it. So actually, once again, another dreams of another dreamers is coming up, right? This is the picture of this space station that is going up, and it will be far outside the moon, but from there we will have really a chance to push up our exploration. And another dream, I talk you about Carl Sagan. So here we have the Orbital Assembly Corporation, the idea of the station that will be actually a hotel. Is it real? Is it going to be real? Well, actually, what you can see here, it's a wheel. It's very easy to build it. There are inflatable habitats over here. Each model is inflatable. So actually, something like this was already tested on the International Space Station, first thanks to Aerospace Bigelow. We have these small shuttles over here, and they are testing the one, actually. It's called Dream Chaser from Sierra Nevada Corporation. So we already have the stuff to build it, and it's this thing is really happening right now. The space tourism, you can see already the first ideas for the space tourism. They are not really a space tourism, so I'm talking about mostly about the Richard Branson and his suborbital flights. But you can see here that this passengers ships will be looking almost the same as modern planes right now. Of course, it will be expensive at the beginning. It will be extremely expensive. But if you look deeply in the history of airplanes, and if you find out how the first planes going from London to New York looked like, actually, you will see only the first class. Only the waiters with the champagne, it was extremely expensive. Now, almost everyone from us right now can just jump into the plane and go to the other side of Atlantic. You can find a promotion, and it's affordable. So the same will be happening with the space tourism in the nearest future. Once again, another dream. The moon, the mining, the space mining, the moon mining. Many years ago, if someone like me was showing this kind of picture, it would be like science fiction. Now it's much more science than fiction. So actually, you can see, even in Poland, where I'm coming from, there are in 2 universities already, there are specialization you can graduate being a space miner, actually. So the space mining is a real thing. There are countries investing this a lot. If you go to Luxembourg, you will find a lot of accelerators, a lot of funds for the space mining ideas. So it's happening. And once again, another dream, another idea, and it's happening. In the nearest future, we will go to moon, okay? And of course, to live on the moon, we will need much more new occupations. So for example, you can see these domes. Some of them are under, it's not a glass, it will be probably aerogel. It's very interesting substance. But inside that, you can see the green trees or fields or plants. So actually, we will need the space gardener. Yes, we will need the space gardener. So once again, someone who is right now thinking about, dreaming about building gardens on the moon, this is right now a dream. But it's happening. It's already, you can see the discussions about that, right? This is the amazing photo. This is from Elon Musk presentation of the Mars City in International Astronautical Congress in 2016, I believe, in Guadalajara in Mexico. And I was speechless when he showed this. I was really speechless. And actually, the whole room was speechless when he showed this. And, in 2016, everyone was like, what? It's not going to happen. Look to the left. There you have it, the big rockets. Aren't they testing these rockets right now in US? So it's already happening. Okay, so what will be needed for the right part of this picture? We will need the space architects. We will need space lawyers. We will need a space police, of course. We will need a space economy. And it's already happening over there. So actually, if you have a dream to do it, you can do it because it's already happening. And more these new occupations, new jobs will be needed for forthcoming space exploration. Okay, but the space is not only about space. Okay, it's not only about Moon, Mars, and so on. It's also about Earth, because this is the only planet we've got and the only planet that is sustainable for having us right now, as far as we know. So actually, thanks to space, thanks to someone's dreams, okay, let's use these space technologies to save the planet, to use something of this tech to guide us here, to show us what to fix, what to change, etc. So there we have it. There we have space data. There we have space technologies. There we have smart farming coming from satellites, from drones. Then we have amazingly good, and it's coming better, the weather forecast. Right now, the weather is crazy. I'm the victim today of this craziness. But thanks to the satellites, thanks to the space data, we can right now predict with very good accuracy, monitoring bridges from space. Actually, I wish I could be there if my flight wasn't canceled, but I could tell you about the bridge you have in Istanbul. The biggest bridge connected actually the Europe with Asia. It's full of sensors coming from the Ariane 5 rocket. There was one dream how to, find out how many trucks are coming through this bridge, because it's very busy. You know that because you know this bridge already. And the Bosphorus place, it's very windy. So the bridge is working all the time, and they needed some kind of sensors. So there was one startup from Italy that actually took this technology and built it in the bridge actually. So you can see how many technologies. You can just imagine, okay, I will do this on Earth and I will do this technology. And then you have it. You have NASA space transfer programs. You have ESA space solutions and ESA business incubation centers. Right now, what I learned from the former ESA space solutions director, I cannot say what he'll be doing over there, but generally we have so many new things coming from Saudis, from Saudi Arabia, from Dubai. Actually, there are new accelerators over there. So there are plenty of opportunities and places. And if you only have a dream, then you can do it, and it's already happening. Okay, we are in the first edition of Anatolian Rover Challenge, and it will be happening like on ERC, the European Rover Challenge. I'm organizing. I'm the founder of. So actually, every year you have dreamers coming to, because they are all dreamers. They all dream to work in space, to do something in space, to connect with someone important from space. And you know what? When one dreamer from the left side of this picture connects with the dreamer inside, or maybe to the right in this picture, then it's not one dream plus one dream equals two dreams. No. It's like one dream times one dream. So sometimes it's like even 3 dreams, 4 dreams, and 5 dreams coming from this actually connection, because they are thinking about new ideas, new projects. So this is why this project is happening too. So once again, I was going to tell you this in person to look in your eyes, but actually think about it right now. Thanks to this space sector that is already behind us. We have been in the moon in 70s, okay? It's a long time not being there. We had been on Mars for many years. Now we are flying over the Mars. We had sent probes even outside our solar system. We have everything like this. We have space technology in our phones. I can talk to you through the space technology because I'm using the CCD camera right now. I'm using a digital, sound, etc., etc. We have fireproof materials. We have waterproof materials. We have a special blankets. We have a lot of technology that is actually coming from our walls, from our houses, from our streets, and everything is coming only from a dream that I want to change something. I want to do it. So don't think that you cannot do anything, because right now there are golden times for space sector coming. And right now, every dream, literally every dream can come through. It's a matter only sometimes of time maybe money, but it's also a matter of time. And don't tell anyone that you don't need to dream because you have to focus on the real time, on the real job or something like that. The space is a real job. And right now, the time for dreamers is the real time, actually. So as I just put it, the quote of Victor Hugo, because this is the most accurate quote that is happening right now. Nothing can stop an idea whose time has come. So actually, your ideas to build rovers, to participate in Anatolian Rover Challenge, to go to build a space sector in Turkey, to go outside, to be a challengeful, actually, space sector among other space sectors. This is your time, actually. And I'm really privileged that I can have this word during this opening first day of Anatolian Rover Challenge. And I wish I could meet with you next year, because I know that I will be looking at the future engineers, the future scientists, the future people that will change my life and the rest of my life. So thank you very much in advance for that. And I hope that you will have a great time during the Anatolian Rover Challenge.
Thank you so much for coming.
You're welcome.
Okay, thank you. We finished. We really appreciate your work for us. Is there something left do you want to talk about?
No, thank you very much. If there are any questions, because I cannot hear anything from the audience.
Unfortunately, as a technical problems, we will not be able to do that. Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you and good luck. Good luck, guys.
Bye.
Next year, unfortunately, he connected next year, although it was planned, but there's and yeah, this was today's update. We had to make some adjustments on this program, and everything did not go very well. I accept that. This, because we had some connectivity issues. So far, I have not heard any comments about this, so I want to thank you. And I also want to thank you for your patience that we made this part today. So I'm glad that I'm not alone on this call. And lastly, here's a thing to highlight that if you have a question, please use our channel. Some of you have our personal cell phone numbers, but we are not eligible to answer your questions because we are all in different teams. So, for example, I am responsible for accommodation, but if you're asking if you have some questions about the rules, I cannot give you the live answer. So, if you use our Discord channel, you will get the most live answer. So, I wanted to highlight this issue. And also, please follow up our announcements from here that this 3 times a day is just in case. And thank you very much for all being here. And will our space journey happen? It will be happening if you are not here. So thank you for your contribution and good luck on the challenge. And don't forget to have fun in Istanbul. Thank you.